Okay, we are live. We are live. Let's go. So tonight, um, we'll cut all night. Basically, that is what we're going to do. We will just spend all the night to code. We will figure a lot of things out. I will use a lot of I will use a lot of strange techniques, and yeah, that's what we're going to do tonight. So the first thing, I think we will continue. I think we will continue on what we have done um, on Next.js. Um, you know what? I will speed up. I will speed up the tutorial on Next.js of FreeCodeCamp because I don't know if it's good, if it's a good tutorial, but I don't know. I will try to extract the value, see really what is interesting. I will try to finish this tutorial in 1 hour. So let's go. Share the screen. Okay. Boom. 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 Okay.
Because the user needs to log in first. So in this case, CSR is better.
La box HelloFresh vaut-elle vraiment son prix? Oh que oui. J'ai pas à bouger de chez moi, je cuisine des recettes.
All the pages. For example, if the user needs to log in to see a specific page,
CSR. If the user needs to log in to see a specific page,
then this page doesn't need to be rendered on the server.
the page does not need to be rendered on the server.
Search engines will never see this page because the user needs to log in first.
Never see.
So in this case, CSR is better. If instead we have an events website and we want the search engines to find our content, instead we have an events website. So in this case, CSR is better. If instead we have an events website and we want the search engines to find our, if instead we have an events website and we want the search engines to find our content, we want to be picked up by the search engine scrolls, so we have more probabilities to reach a bigger audience so people can find us and buy tickets to our events, then SEO is really important for us. Okay, I hope you have a better idea what Nest.js is and why companies choose to use Nest.js. So Nest.js is a React framework ready for production because it comes with lots of configurations, so you don't need to do it. And it's fully extendable. React is already really popular, and some of the advantages that Nest.js offers us is to render the pages on the server to improve SEO and cache.
Okay. Hear what you says. You're just talking about. Okay. Summary of what is Next.js vs React. Let's have to set up. Yeah.
Tickets to our events, then SEO is really important for us. Okay, I hope you have a better idea what Nest.js is and why companies choose to use Nest.js.
All right. Okay.
So Nest.js is a React framework ready for production because
React framework ready for production.
it comes with lots of configurations, so you don't
It comes with a lot of configuration.
need to do it. and is fully extendable. React is already really popular, and some of the advantages that Next.js offers us is to render the pages on the server, and some of the advantage that Next.js offers us is to render the pages on the server.
The advantage of Next. Okay. Are we into Next.js? Is to pre-render the pages on the server
To improve SEO and cache. How to create a Next.js project. Let's
Okay. Boom.
improve SEO and cache. How to create a Next.js project. Let's click on documentation and get started. Right, Next.js documentation is really complete and useful, and you can learn how to use this framework just by going through it and reading about its features. I'm not trying to make Next.js documentation is really complete and useful, and you can learn how to use this framework just by going through it and reading about its features. I'm not trying to make it sound super straightforward. It is not. It can be confusing, and you might need to spend some time trying to figure out how everything works together. But in general, it's good to get familiar with reading and understanding the documentation of the tech you are using. Anyway, now that we know what Next.js is, we have on the server to improve SEO and cache. How to create a Next.js project. Let's click on documentation and get started. Right, Next.js documentation is really complete and useful.
Documentation of Next.js is really complete. Okay. Figure this out.
Useful, and you can learn how to use this framework just by going through it and reading about its features. I'm not trying to make it sound super straightforward. It is not. It can be confusing, and you might need to spend some time trying to figure out how everything works together. But in general, it's good to get familiar with reading and understanding the documentation of the tech you are using. Anyway, now that we know what Next.js is and we have an idea when we will want to use Next.js, let's click on documentation and get started. Okay, so here it tells us the requirements. We need to make sure we have Node installed and we have the version 12 or later. Make sure this, and we have an idea when we will want to use Next.js. Let's click on documentation and get started. Okay, so here it tells us the requirements. We need to make sure we have Node installed and we have the version 12 requirements. We need to make sure we have and get started. Okay, so here it tells us the requirements. We need to make sure we have Node installed and we have the version 12 or later. And we also need to have NPM. NPM stands for Node Package Manager, and it's a tool for installing and managing libraries in JavaScript projects. We also Node installed and we have the version 12 or later. And we also need to want to use Next.js. Let's click on documentation and get started. Okay, so here it tells us the requirements. We need to make sure we have Node installed and we have the version 12 or later.
Okay. To work on the Next.js project, to work on a Next.js project locally, you need Node.js.
And we also need to have NPM. NPM stands for Node Package Manager.
You also need NPM, Node Package Manager.
And it's a tool for installing and managing libraries in JavaScript projects. And we will need that for installing Next.js. You can also use it, and we will need that for installing Next.js. You can also use Package Manager, and it's a tool for installing and managing libraries in JavaScript projects. And we will need that for installing Next.js. You can also use yarn or pnpm, but I'm going to use npm in this project. Okay, so to check the version of Node, you can go to your terminal and do Node -v, and it will tell you the version.
I have not actually.
Existing one.
I will not I don't think I would code it right now, but I have Node, and you just have to. I don't know if you have experience with the terminal, but you just have to type this command to see Node v, and you can see the version of Node you have. So to check if you have Node, type in your terminal Node v.
iPhone V, and it will tell you the version. I have installed the existing one. If you don't have it installed, just go to Google and follow the steps. It probably help if you install first NVM, so NVM like this, because this is the Node versions manager. So with this, you then can go ahead and do things like install version, and you could copy this one, for example, and install it like this. And so on. Also, you can do NVM help, and it's going to tell you. And so on. Also, you can do NVM help, and it's going to tell you all the commands that you can run and so on. So if you don't have Node,
I don't even know if I don't have
the built-in server-side renderer uses Node.js under the hood, so we need Node installed. Okay. So I hope you're all good and you have npm and Node installed in your computer. And now let's go ahead and create a new directory where we want to save our project. So I'm just going to clear this, and I'm going to create a new folder. So mkdir, and I'm just going to call it my projects. Okay, so now I can.
Like you can do everything in the command line, but really, what's the point of doing that? I'm like, just go like that. Just go like that. Visual Studio Code, because we will use Visual Studio Code. You take this, you create a new window. Boom. You can be like that. Look, you can be like terminal. And you take your directory, and you be like boom. CD. You be like CD. Boom. Now you are in your directory.
Go to this folder just by doing cd my projects. Okay, and I have.
You can create your directory with doing. You can create a directory with doing mkdir and the name of your directory, the name of your directory, and then you can then go into your directory by doing cd and the name of your directory. That's what she's doing here.
Folder.
That's what she's doing here.
Just by doing cd my projects. Okay, and I have it here. So now let's go back to the website here, and let's copy this line. nps create nest app. So as I said, you can use yarn and you can use pnpm, but I'm gonna use this one.
Oh, okay. Now, command to create a next application, a next.js application. Boom. It can be like that. Okay. They say in the documentation there is an automatic setup. So if you type npx create next app at latest, you can create an application. Also, if you want it to be to create it with TypeScript, you can add -- TypeScript. But I think in this project we'll work with JavaScript. So we'll do that this way.
Okay. So I'm just going to paste it here. And now we are going to add the name how.
You also have to add the name at the end. So to create new Next.js project, you have to type npx create next app at latest, and you add a name. Add a name like that. Create a new Next.js project, you have to type npx create next app at latest, add a name. So she will do the same. I don't know how she will name
we
the
want
app.
to name
She will
our
do
project. So I'm going to call it events app.
She calls it an events app.
And we click enter, and it should only take a few minutes.
And it should only take a few minutes. So we can do it. npx create next app at latest events app. Boom. So if we go into our folder, we should see that a folder is created here. Yes. Would you like to use SLC directory with this project? I just don't know. What? Oh.
We'll wait until it finishes.
So there is a new way. I'm trying to see. Next.js. ESLint is important because it allows you to catch errors early in your development project. TypeScript is just it's a subset of JavaScript. It allows you to type your variables, but I don't know what it is. Next.js create new. I don't know what they mean by slc/directory with this project. Next.js. Would you like to use slc/directory with this project? What does this mean? Pages can also be added under slc/page. I will say yes. I don't know. Would you like to use experimental app directory with this project? Would I like to use that? No. What import alias? Wow, there's so much questions, bro. What import alias would you like configured? At I don't know. I just don't know, bro. Too much questions. I might try to test all of this later, but okay.
So I'm going to use VS Code as my ID, but you can use any ID you want. Web store.
Okay. We will use VS Code as a ID. The ID is the software that we use to write our code. So I use ID VS Code also, like here.
Or Sublime or any other one. I find VS Code really easy to use and it's free. So yeah, so if you want to use VS Code, you can open the program just by, I'm just gonna do it from here, VS Code. Oh, okay. 1 second. Yeah, I have it in my other screen, so I'm just gonna open a new Windows. Okay. So let me bring it up here. Okay, it's taking a little bit because it's going a little bit slow on my computer because it was installing next. Okay, so if we want to open a VS Code, we can come here, open and click on open folder.
That's the best bit
Okay, it's
ever.
loading. And then I could just navigate to wherever you have your project. But I like to do something else. There is a command that is really handy that if you don't have it installed, I recommend you to install it because it allows you to open your project directly from your terminal. So you need to install it. You need to be in VS Code and you need to do Command-Shift-P, and this will open the command palette and type here a shell command.
I just
Here
don't
it
know
is.
what she's
Install code command impact. Press enter. And successfully installed. I already had it installed, so maybe that's why it took no time to install it. Okay, so now if we close this, okay, we are going to close this and we come to our terminal where we need to go into our project first. So we can do ls and we say that now these events have folder has been created, so we can go into it, okay? And now from here, we can type code space dot. And that's it. This is going to...
What she's trying to do is, what she has done here is, for example, list directory, there, yes. For example, there is how we list directory in Windows terminal of Windows, and what she has done is like she goes into the folder, and then when you have added the VS Code variable into the path, you can do code and dot, and then it will open VS Code into the folder of your choice like this. So here, basically, we have our project, and we have our project, and we have our project that is configured, and we can run it like this. If you see, I type npm run dev, and then I can see there is my site is here. Ta-da! So this is my site. So basically, if I go src page index here, it's the same code as here. So if I if I edit the code, where, for example, if I want to change here, and I put it's the stream of Zelly Whipping, boom, you will see it's working. So perfect, the project is working. We will explore a lot of technologies today. There's a lot of things I want to see. We'll do a little bit of Next.js, but we'll not just do that.
In place mutate.
Trust me, we'll not just do Next.js.
We need to import.
Okay. I have so many tabs open, bro. But it's for the good cause, bro. We'll code tonight. Okay, so
open our, and that's it. This is going to open our project. I find it a lot easier than just opening VS Code and then clicking in open new folder and finding your project. It's just really easy to use this. And something else that you can do here is you can enter open space dot, and it's going to open the folder where you have.
Interesting. I don't know if it's working on Windows, but let's try. Equivalent of open dot on Windows. The closest thing is available is start. Let's try it. Start that. Okay, it's working. Open a folder on Windows to open a folder on Windows with the File Explorer. Type start dot. Okay.
And your project. Okay, so we can go to package.json, and here we can see the scripts to run our app. So we can see here.
Okay, so basically when I was typing here on Windows, you type Control-C to exit the process. But basically when I typed npm run dev, this is a command that you can find here on package.json. Here you find all the commands that are available for you to use to launch your project. For example, you can see there is next build, next start, next lint, and this is different commands for different times in the development of the application. Right now, as we are just developing, we are in the process of the development. We just type and next dev because we are just developing the application. But if we were to deploy it in production, it will be next build and not next dev. So that's what she's talking about. So we can do package.json. There is a lot of configuration that you can do in the package.json. The package.json file allows you to know the commands you can use for your project. But
here the next script to run the dev environment. So I'm just going to click in new terminal. So I'm just going to click in new terminal.
Package is just to know the command you can use for your project. Okay. So go.
I'm just going to click in new terminal and do npm run. Let me just stop again. Okay. npm run dev. This is all we need. And this is going to compile our code. npm run dev. This is all we need. And this is going to compile.
Okay. Like we have said previously, we use npm run dev to run the
code. Our code and run the server. It's going to hot reload and fast refresh the code.
And there is features called hot reload. Hot reload means when you change something in your code, it reloads. For example, like I've showed you previously, if I see here, if I say Zeli, instead of Zeli, if I save now, instead of Zeli whipping, it will here it will refresh and the changement there is in the code. So if I say it here, and don't take it for free because things like that can be hard to set up in your project. So if you do just a simple project of HTML and JavaScript, it can be hard for you to set this up. Like if you just try to write code just by opening HTML file and linking your JavaScript and your CSS file, you will not have this fresh reload unless you, for example, open it in VS Code and you set up a server. Yes, there is ways to do this, but Next.js does it really convert really out of the box, and you don't have to set up anything. It's already set up, you know. I'm not sure if I'm clear, but this is what it is. Okay, let's go back.
Code. This means that every time we make a change and we save a file, Nest will reload the page for us.
Okay.
Okay, and fast refresh the code. It's going to hot reload and fast refresh the code.
Okay. She's talking about what I've just said. She's talking about it in less words than me.
Code. This means it's going to hot reload and fast
Npm dev in npm run dev. There will be fast refresh and hot reload.
Refresh the code. This means that every time we make a change and we save a file, Nest will reload the page for us.
This means
a change and we save a file, Nest will reload the page for us. Every time we make a change and we save a file, Nest will reload the page for us. Save a file, Nest will reload. This means that every time we make a change and we save a file, Nest will reload the page for us.
Make a change and save a file.
Change and we save a file, Nest will reload the page for us.
That will reload the page for us.
Okay, we have an issue here. Okay, I think I know why this is. Let's just type node-v. Oh, yes. Okay, so I can see that here in this terminal, I'm using the version.
She has an error. For me, everything is perfect. Everything's working. I have a problem here with ESLint. This is ESLint. This is an example of ESLint. It shows you a lot of what it can consider errors, even if it's not errors, you know. How does he want me to? Okay, he wants me to write that like that and like that. I think. Is it that? Okay, I'll pause. So you. Okay, is it like this? Okay. Is it working? Crazy. Okay, interesting. So. Okay, they don't want. Interesting. Okay, they don't want you to type the thing like that, but to use this text to represent I don't know how you say it in English, but to represent this apostrophe. En anglais. This quote, single quote. Okay, let's go.
8, the Node version 8. I need 12 or later. So it's great that I'm running into this issue so I can show you how to upgrade the version. So I'm going to use the mdm command. And so mdm, and I already have installed the sustain version because this is what I'm having this other terminal. So I'm just gonna copy this. I'm gonna type use and then paste V and the version that you want. Okay, I have another issue.
Want to know everything about caching, but you're not sure where to start?
Yes.
Check out Red.
Please help me.
Go ahead and do npm run dev. And yeah, we can see here that we have a local host available. And if we click in the link, it's going to open the browser for us. And there you go.
Okay.
We have a Nest app already running.
We have all that. It's already working for us.
It's going to take you to their own website. But yeah, this app is already running in our local.
It's here.
Now, before coding our app, we need to have a look at the app we want to build. So first we have...
Okay. Let's look the app we want to build. Let's look the app we want to build. Okay.
A homepage. We have a header with a bar navigation at the top with home, events, and about us. Then this section is highlighted the events in London, San Francisco, and Barcelona. And if we scroll to the bottom, we have our footer here. Okay, so then the header and the footer sections are going to be shared across all the pages. So if we go to About Us, we have both here. If we go to Events, we have them here. So if we go to About Us, we have both here. If we go to Events, we have them here as well. About Us, we have both here. If we go to Events, we have them here as well. Okay, so now that we are in the Events page, we can go to the events in London. And it's going to show us all the events page. We can go to the events in London, and it's going to show us all the events that take place in London.
Okay. If you click at events in London, it will show us all the events that take place in London.
So we can go to the EdTech, and it's going to show us if.
So we can go to, for example, go to the EdTech, for example. Yeah.
Information related to this event, and also
it will show us all the information related to this event.
we have here a little form where we can register if we want to access to this event. So this is the idea. Okay, this is going to be a simple website, but as you can see, we have here a few pages that are going to allow us to understand the dynamic routing within.
This is a simple website, but it will allow us to understand the dynamic routing in Next.js. Yes. Okay.
Next, let's think about what is going on behind the screens. We have an event website, right, where we are displaying event text. Let's think about the dynamic routing within Next. Let's think about the dynamic. As you can see, we have here a few pages that are going to allow us to understand the dynamic routing within Next. Let's think about what is going on behind the screens. We have
Let's think about what is
an event web. What is going on behind the screens.
analyze the final app we are going to build. Okay. Okay. Analyze. Okay, let's take a look.
We have an event website, right? Where we are displaying events across different cities. And in each city, we have different events. Okay, so let's think about how many pages we need here. So we have a
Okay, she's trying to show the architecture of the system. So there is different cities first. There is different cities.
page for home, for about us, and for events. That's
Okay, she's trying to list the number of pages we need for the site. We need 3 pages. We need first we need 3 pages: home, about us, and events. Okay. So list the different pages of the site. 1, we need 3 pages for home, about us, and events.
That's 3. And then we have a page per city, right? So one for London, San Francisco, and Barcelona. And then in each city, we have, that's 3. And then we have a page per city, right? So one for events, that's 3. And then we have a page per city.
And then we have our page per city.
Right? And for events, that's 3. And then we have a page per city. For about us, and for events, that's 3. And then we have a page per
Okay, we have a page per city. Okay. And because there is only 3 cities,
city.
and our page per cities. Because there is only 3 cities, we need 3 pages
Right? So one for London,
for each city. So it means for the moment 6 pages.
San Francisco, and Barcelona. And then in each city, we have a bunch of different events.
And then for each city, we have different events. For London, 3. For Brixton, 4. And for San Francisco, no, if it's, yes, San Francisco, 5. 5. Okay.
So 3 in London, San Francisco 4, and Barcelona 5.
Okay. Barcelona 5. Barcelona.
So we have a total of 18 pages. So what if I tell you that we only need to generate
So we have the 18 pages.
5 pages? We only need pages. So what if I tell you that we only need to generate 5 pages? We only
Okay. There is 18 pages, but she's telling us we only have to generate 5 pages. I think she's talking about these ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll do that because of dynamic routing. I think that's what she wants to talk about. There's 80 pages, but we just have to generate 5 pages. Okay.
To generate hub events 1 with 5 pages. We only need to generate hub.
We need to generate 3 statics pages and 2 dynamics. We need to generate 3 statics pages and 2 dynamics.
Events. One per city and one per events, a single event, and the about us.
Okay.
Because next will generate the rest of the pages for us. So we will have 3 static pages, hub, events, and about us, and 2 template pages. So this would be one template, and this will be the second one. So from 18 pages that our website has, we only need to build 5 pages. And this is the power of Nest.js. Now that we know what we are going to build, let's have a look at what Nest.js has created for us.
Okay. Let's look at the file structure. Okay. File structure on the project.
Data Scientist m'a guidé dans mon projet de reconversion professionnelle en m'orientant vers la formation et le rythme le plus.
As I said earlier, Nest.js requires a specific file structure. So it's important we respect it and we place our file structures. As I said earlier, Nest.js requires a specific file structure. So it's important we respect it and we place our files in the right folders. We respect it and we place our file structure. So it's important we respect it and we place our files in the right folders. A specific file structure. So it's important we respect it and we place it for us.
And I was trying to figure out what the point she's trying to make.
Said earlier, Nest.js requires a specific file.
Okay. With Next.js, there is a specific file structure. With Next.js, there is a specific file structure that you should respect. I don't know if there's the that you should respect or die.
File structure. So it's important we respect it and we place our files in the right folders.
Okay.
Right. So
you need to place your files. You need to place your files in the right folder.
Let's just make this smaller. Yes. So first we have .nest folder, .vs Code, and not modules. We don't need to worry about this for now. So we can go to, let's start for style, something simple. This for now. So first we have .nest.
We don't need to worry about this following file. We don't need to worry about this following files.
Folder
that next.
VS Code and not module.
That VS Code and not modules. Okay.
modules. We don't need to worry about this for now. So we can go to, let's start for style, something simple. Here is where we have where we can place our CSS. So at the moment we have this global CSS and home module CSS. Then we have the public folder that hosts the public resources CSS. Then we have the public folder that hosts the public resources. We will place here any static content like images, videos, fonts, and icons. So at the moment we have this where we have we can go to, let's start for style, something simple. Here is where we have where we can place our CSS.
Okay, in the styles file. Okay. Where we place our CSS, where we place our CSS. Boom. CSS is just, these are the files to style your web page. So we place our CSS in the styles file, in the styles folder. That's what she's talking about here.
Something simple. Here is where we have where we can place our CSS.
We can place our CSS in here.
Yes. So at the moment we have this global CSS and home module CSS. Then we have the public folder that holds
public folder.
the public resources. We will place here any static content like images, videos, fonts, and icons. Because content like images, videos, fonts, and icons. We have the public folder that hosts the public resources. We will
In the public folder. The public resources.
place here any static content like host the public resources. We will place here any static content like images, videos, fonts. We place here any static content like images, videos, fonts, and icons, because this is going to be accessible from our root domain.
Okay. In the public folder, this is where you place all the resources in the public folder. This is where you place all the resources that will be available on the,
because this is going to be accessible from our root domain.
From our root domain. Example. Why I'm saying that is because if you're like that and you search a picture of Britney Spears, for example, I take a picture of Britney Spears. Let me take a beautiful picture of her. Yeah, she looks okay. And I put it there. B Pierce. I name it B Pierce. Boom. I go to my public. Reveal it, of course. Boom. And I transfer this file into it. And if I go to my site here, and I be like bpeers.jpg, boom, I have the picture. It means that everything you place here will be available on the net when on your domain if you type the name of the file. So everything you place here will be available on the domain if you type the name of the file. For example, I put a picture of Britney Spears named bpears.jpg, bpears.jpg, and if I type my domain plus bpears.jpg, I find it here. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
At the moment, we have the favicon and this SVG. And
At the moment, we have the favicon and okay.
this favicon, by the way, the favicon is this logo here.
At the moment, we have the favicon. The favicon is the logo. And the favicon is the logo here. Okay.
This. Okay, so if we store any of these elements outside this folder, so we store them outside here.
If we store any of these elements
they won't be available by Next.js.
outside the public folder, okay?
And so we store them outside here.
Folder. That will not be available by Next.js.
They won't be available by Next.js. And anything we stored here is going to be accessible by anyone. So keep that in mind. This is
And anything you store in the public folder will be accessible by anyone. So keep that in mind.
the public folder. Okay, so then we have pages. This is a really important folder because we are.
Then we have pages. This is a really important folder.
We're going to set up pages. This is a really important folder because we are going to set up here the file-based routing.
Okay, that is what is neat with Next.js. In Next.js, you can basically in Next.js you don't have to install your own way okay pages folder. Okay. Yes, in Next.js you don't have to install your own routing package. You don't have to install your own you don't have to set up your own way of doing routing. You have everything in the pages folder. So it means, for example, here, when I go local host where my application is live, and I be like localhost/about. For the moment, I don't have an about page, but if I go src pages and I create an about page here, about.js, I will copy the same code here and I will arrange it where about here, copy the same code. Better, I have a page because it's that easy to create a page in Next.js. Let me just do like something. Let me just arrange it so it's not so weird. Welcome to about. What is this? The CSS is awful, bro. What is this? Yeah, let me do something else. H1. Welcome to about. Yes, it's better. It's better. It's not perfect, but it's better than. I will copy this class name just to not have something so awful, bro. You know what? I'll copy this whole block of code because it doesn't look good without. I don't know what's the syntax error here. Let me do some. Let me just do that because get started. Let me just do that and be like, okay, this is the about page. Boom. So the CSS is really bad, but we'll work on that later, maybe or maybe not. We don't know.
So we'll have here all the pages that our app has. So home, all events, and about us.
But you see, like right now, I have a page about, and like with no setup, you know. And if you use React, for example, React that is a library, and Next.js is based on top of React. In React, you have to either code your own way to 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 a routing system, or use a thing like a React router DOM. It's called like that, I think. React router DOM, and that is a package to React router. Yes, React router. That is a package to route your React application, and then you can route. But here you don't have to do anything. You just have to create a new page in this folder, and then with the name of the page, and then boom, bada boom, you have a new page. Perfect. It's so perfect.
And this folder here is our API. Is where we are going to create our backend connections. Next.js, as you can see, gives us an example of all the pages that we can have. Like we give us an example of an index and also a hello with a HTTP request. So basically, we have three main folders: public, pages, and styles.
Okay. basically we have 3 main folders. So that's cool that she's saying that. It's really cool because she's simplifying how we can think about it. Basically, we have 3 main folders that we worry about. Basically, that's what she's telling us. Okay. We have public, we have pages, and we have styles. Okay, we have 3 main folders that we worry about. We have public. Okay. I can even make it more clear, like that, public pages. Styles.
In public, we store all the static content. Pages
Okay.
is where we
It's perfect because she's even explaining the difference between these different folders. Okay, public, boom, public, boom, pages, boom, styles, boom. It can be like public. Can even structure it further like this. Public, pages and styles.
we store styles. In public, we store all the static content.
In public, we store all the static content.
Pages is where we store all our source code, and
In pages, we store all our source code.
style is for our CSS.
Styles, it's so simple. I love how she's teaching it. In styles, we store all our CSS. Okay, it's clear.
We can add more folders if we want. So we could, for our CSS, we can add more folders if we want. So we could, for example, have here.
Okay, I'll write there. We can have more folders.
A data folder. Then we could have a lists folder. Oh, I'm creating files. Sorry. Let me.
She's creating files. Okay.
Just do it again.
Want to know everything about caching, but you're not sure where to start? Check out Redis's latest ebook, Caching at Scale.
Let's do it here. I need to be outside. So here, data. Okay. You see how the icon has.
You have a data folder.
Team. So here. Let's do it file. Sorry. Let me just do it again. Let's
Click in the folder. You can also use the command. You can use the terminal to create a folder also.
do it here. I need to be outside. So here, data.
Data, for example. create a data. I don't know why create a data folder, but let's just follow the value.
Okay, you see how the icon has changed. Helpers.
Ah, yes.
Okay, I also said
helpers folders can be used to I don't know, put some functions that you use a lot.
helpers. Okay, I also said that we could now helpers.
Create a data folder and a helper folder.
Okay, I also said that we could now outside, that we could have lips. Okay, and yeah, well, we could add any other folder we want. Okay, yes, another one and that I really like to have is a source folder. That this is what I'm going to use to place all the components. Let's go ahead, and that I really like to have is a source folder. That this is
okay. She really likes to have a SRC folder, but me, I have already a SRC folder. I think yes. This course is based on. It's crazy to say it. This space is 1 month ago because it's 12 December 2022, but it's already outdated. Outdated because when I tried to create the Next.js application, they asked me if I wanted an SRC folder, and I think they asked me because I think the community as a whole uses this kind of set of they set up their project like that, like they create a data helpers folder, a lips folder, and a necessary folder where they put all their application their important folders. I guess it's like that. So crazy.
what I'm going to use.
And an SRC folder and a SRC folder. Boom. So it'll be like create a SRC folder. Boom.
Use to place all the components. Let's go ahead and
We'll use that to place all. We'll use that to place all the components.
start building our pages. We need to put all our pages here. Next,
Okay. Now we will begin to build our pages. We will begin to build our pages. So, I don't know if I open the chapter. Yes. Next, GS pages and build the pages. Okay. We will build all our pages in this folder. Pages. Okay.
Next is going to create a path for us. So if we go ahead and start building our pages. We need to put all our pages here. Next is going to create a path for us. So if we
to put all our pages in this folder.
want to have a about next pages. We need to put all our pages here. Nest is going to create a path for us. So
Next is going to create a path for us.
if we want this here, Nest is going to create a path for us. So if we want to have a about us page,
So if we want to have about us page,
we can create about us like this dot yes.
we can create about us just like this.
JavaScript, click enter, and now we can create a React component here. So
Okay, and now we can create a React component here. Let's see.
const page, page.
Okay. She's
And
creating a function.
I'm gonna return
Functional
here
component.
a h1
Whoa.
about us page, for example, and
Yeah.
down here I'm just gonna export default page. And now if we save this and we go to the browser and I type / about us, Nest is automatically creating a route for this about. Now if we save this and we go to the browser and I type / about us.
Okay. What I was studying in this one, I was studying the Next.js pages, the data fetching maybe, and then the API routing, and then I don't know what to study more than that.
I type / about us.
Oh, maybe I can be even more concise than that. I can be like, I can create a new document. I can. What should I? In a way, you cannot cheat things. You have to put the word, but in a way, I really want my streams to be like a stream of consciousness. How do we say consciousness? Of, I really want my streams to be a stream of
conscientiousness.
conscientiousness. Oh, Lord, when you're a French native speaker, there are many sounds in English that are not like, they're just hard to pronounce. Like, they're not intuitive. This is not the kind of things that, like, this is not the kind of sounds in French that you put close. Conscientiousness. Okay. I really want my what should I really want my streams to be really quick, really like, we go to this point, we go to this point, we go to this point. So we explore the technology really quick. So what I will do is like, I will write this. What should I learn in each technology? Okay. So on Next.js, I will be like, okay, Next.js, Next.js. I'll be like, I will be like, routing, page routing. Data fetching. And API. And then I will put that. No, nothing down. In this. Okay, not informatic. I will put this. What should I learn in this technology? I'm trying to really get to the core of the things. You know, I'm trying not to lose myself in the details that I don't need or that I will not use. That's why I'm trying to go straight to the point.
Save this and we go to the browser and I type
Okay.
/about.
So let's do what she has done on this. We have already created like an about page, but we can do like 10. We can delete that, and we can go like file about us.js const page equal. You can even put it like that, like this. It's crazy, but you can do this because the function can be handled on one line. The return of the function is implicit. So you cannot do this if there is something on the second line. You can only do this because it's on one line, so the return is implicit. So when you do export default page, and then you go to localhost / about us, you see that. I don't know if she has the same style as me because it's so ugly. It's
go
crazy.
to the browser and I type /about us. Next is automatically.
She doesn't have the same ugly style as me. Crazy. I don't know why it's so ugly like that. But so okay, let's keep
creating a root for this about us page. The file must.
Okay. I will note about this, and then we click like here, like this.
Must. And now we will save this, and we go to the browser and I type /about us. Next is automatically creating a root for this about us page. The file must match exactly the path that we specify here. Okay. So we cannot have something like, for example, about us without the hyphen. Okay, and we will also don't use the extension, so we wouldn't write like .js like this. Only like this. Okay. Our index is our root page. So if a request reaches our domain, like use the extension, so we wouldn't write like .js like this. Okay, example about us without the hyphen. Us page.
There's a hyphen.
The file must match exactly the path that we specify here. Okay. So we cannot have something like, for example, about us without the hyphen. Okay, and we will also don't use the extension, so we wouldn't write like .js like this. Only like this. Okay. Our index is our root page. So if a request reaches our domain like / and nothing, our app will load our index page. Next, don't create this root as index, so it doesn't create like this. it will throw an error. So it creates the /forward. We can also create nested subfolders. Let's say I want to have all my single events within events.
Okay. Okay. Here I can say create a simple page. Boom.
/forward. We can also create nested subfolders. Let's say I want to have all my single events within events. So if I create now a new all my single events within events. Let's say I want to have all my single events within events.
Then I want to have all my events within event.
So if I create now a new file, event,
Go for a new folder.
yes, and we bring this code that we have over here too.
Okay. If I create a new folder events, and in it, I create a new page event for .js. Okay. Good. And then we passed the code out.
And we bring this code that we have over here.
And as.js into even non.js.
Here to over here, and we just change
And negation.
this for event 1.
Bienvenue sur Dima. Sur Dima, vous pourrez apprendre un nouveau métier ou simplement vous perfectionner dans le développement.
Now this path, the
Page.
path that Next will
Now
create for us will be events /events. What did I say? Event 1.
Now the path. Now the path will be events arch event 1.
Okay, so
We'll go. Will be event 1.
so Next we'll create.
Okay, let's try. Say events. Create a folder event. Create a file events.js. An about page. Copy paste. Change to event page. And let's go to /events/event1. Doesn't work. event 1. What? No? So, okay. I get it. Come on more. Okay, it's working.
A route based on this subfolder. If we go to the path route events now, we can see that this throws an error because we don't have.
It's working. If we go to event, we can see some error.
Have any now. We can see that this throws an error because we don't have any. We don't have an events page. It throws an error because we don't have any. We don't have an events page. Here we only have this event subfolder, and then we have the events one, but we don't have a event to an events page. Here we only have this event subfolder, and then we have the events one, but we don't have a events page like this. To have this, what we need to do is have this event subfolder, and then we have the events one, but we don't have a events page like this.
Okay.
To have this, what we need to do is to create an index page.
Okay.
See that this throws an
It's throwing some error because we don't have an events page.
an error because we don't have any. We don't have an events page. Here we only have this event subfolder, and then we have the events one, but we don't have this event subfolder an events page. Here we only have this event subfolder, and then we have the events one, but we don't have
Okay. Here we don't have an events page. We don't have a file called events to refer to the path in the browser. So that's why it's not working. It's not working.
a events page like this. To have this, what we need to do is to create an index page. So index.
We
Yes, I'm gonna bring this code. Okay, and now I'm just gonna call it events page. Now, if we save this,
how do
okay,
we say it in English? I'm burning some incense.
Incense.
This is some incense. Makes me relax.
and now we come to our browser. We can see now our page, events page. So it wouldn't work like this. It just works like this. So when Nest.js finds an index file, okay, and now we come to our browser. Now, if we save this, okay, and now we come to our browser, okay, and now I'm just gonna call it events page. Now, if we save this, what we need to do is to create an index page.
Okay.
So, index.
So create a file named index.js. Yeah. Good. I created.
Yes, I'm gonna bring this code.
And copy paste the code there is in and copy paste the code there is in about us.js or event one.js.
Okay, and now I'm just gonna call it events page. Now if we save this, okay, and now we come to our browser. Now if we save this, okay, and now we're gonna call it events page.
Now it's working.
Now if we save this, okay, and now we come to our browser. We can see now our page, events page. Now we come to our browser. We can see now our page, events page. So it would now if we save this, okay, and now we come to our browser. We can see now our page.
Okay. Let's do it. Let's copy paste. No, let's not copy paste. Let's do it. Export default page. Because we will. Let's do it by trend. So it will make us more sharp. Obviously have GitHub Copilot, so it's a bit of a shit. But let's make it like we have not seen it. So now, if I go here, in fact, I have the events page. Okay. Perfect. Okay, it's perfect. Okay.
Events page. So it wouldn't work like this. It just works like this. So when Nest.js finds an index file within a folder, Nest will create a root path for that file.
Okay. When Nest.js finds an index page into a folder, Nest.js will get a root for that file.
This is the routing file system of Nest.js. And what Nest.js does is watches the URL, and when this changes, when we navigate to another page, it prevents the browser for sending an when we navigate to another page, it prevents the browser for sending an extra request to the server, and instead,
let's accelerate a bit. I will up the speed. Let's do 175.
it displays the new page we specified. So event 1. Nest will create a root path for that file. This is the routing file system of Nest.js. And what Nest.js does is watches the URL, and when this changes, when we navigate to another page, it prevents the browser for sending an extra request to the server, and instead it displays the new page we specified. So event 1. And this is the advantage of having a single page application. Nothing new from a React point of view. We also have this with React. But I think Nest.js makes it really easy to create pages and new directories if you compare it to React. In React, you will have to add a router library to manage this. In Next, we can have multiple pages here, and Nest will take care of all of them. And you don't need to install any external library to help you manage your pages. You get it all out of the box with Nest. So it makes it really easy to and fast to start working with it. Okay, so now let's clean up the index page, and we're...
Okay, let's go. Cleaning up the index page. Now we're talking. Cleaning up the index page.
get rid of everything we don't need. Just gonna go to here, okay, all of this, let's just get rid of all of that. So I'm just gonna leave this head here. We'll come back to it. So I'm just gonna change this for events.
Let me see what.
It's easy to and fast to start working with it. Okay, so now let's clean up.
Let me see that one.
The index page, and we'll get rid of everything we don't need.
Okay. We are going to get rid.
I'm gonna go to here. Okay, now let's clean up the index page, and we'll get rid of everything we don't need. Just gonna go to here. Okay, all of this, let's just get rid of all of that. So I'm just gonna.
Okay. She's basically saying she's getting rid. Don't get rid of everything. Like, let's go. Let's go. Let's say it like that. Okay. It's basically get rid of everything. Okay.
Leave this head here. We'll come back to it. So I'm just gonna change this for events. Events. I'm just gonna leave this footer here. Okay.
Okay.
We have our events.
Change the title. Change the title up. And the
I'm just gonna leave this footer here. Okay, we have our homepage now. I'm gonna start by adding the sections that we have. So first we have we need a header. So I'm just gonna do this header.
This is Binance NFT, the NFT marketplace with everything you need in one place. Indie creators, big-time artists, your favorite celebs, gaming NFTs, mystery boxes. All with low fees on a simple platform, not to mention state-of-the-art security. Oh, and what's more, we're part of the bigger Binance blockchain.
And in the header, we have navigation. And then we also have a logo. We'll add all of that later. And we have an anchor, href. Just gonna leave it header. So I'm just gonna do this header. And in the header, we have navigation. We need a header. So I'm just gonna
create an header. Header.
I'll do this header. And in the header, we have navigation.
In the header, we have nav.
And then we also have a logo. We'll add all of that later. And we have an anchor, href. Just gonna leave it empty for now, I think. We have events. And then I'm just gonna duplicate this by doing shift and option. Yeah, it's shift and option, my keyword. Okay, and I'm just gonna put here home and then about us. About us. And we have
Okay. Events. About us. Okay, let's go.
We actually have this page,
Okay.
so we could do about so we have all of them. So let's just do events. Okay.
Okay. And then boom. About us. And okay. There is a problem in yes things. We don't use in Next.js. We don't use the a tag, but I think she will talk about this, but later. You know. But she has the same problem. There is Yaslin that is shouting to her that we don't do this in Next.js. Okay, let me see. Let me see this. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So this arrow, we'll come back to this later when we have a look at how to.
Okay. Just talking about it. We will come back to these arrows later. I didn't do the right thing here. Let's go.
Well, how to use this linked component from Next.js. All right, so let's just save this, and now, okay, we have here our links taken. All right, so let's just save.
Okay. Let's save this and come back. Let's save this and come back to our site. Let's go.
This, and now, okay, we have here our.
And we see here. Let's see. Is a perfecto. Site is perfecto. Okay, let's see how my site is. Okay, same. But the CSS is like, it's crazy. The CSS is crazy, bro. I hate the CSS. What is this, bro? About us. Why there is a D here? I don't know why it's so glued together. It's so close of one each other. The CSS, the CSS is really bad.
Links taking us to our page. Now about us.
And our navigation is working. Our navigation is working. Yeah.
Okay, this is working, and then we have a main page, and then footer. And I'm just gonna do. I have some text here with me, so I'm just gonna copy this. Okay, this is the copyright. Okay, so we have a footer, we have some styles. We'll look into these styles later. At the moment, I'm only care about creating the homepage. Okay, here in the section, we should have 3 divs for each event card. Okay, so creating the homepage. Okay, here in the section, we should have 3 divs for each event card. Okay, so about creating the homepage. Okay, here in the section, we should have 3 divs for each event card. Okay, so let's have a footer, we have some styles. We'll look into these styles later. At the moment, I'm only care about creating the homepage. Okay, here in the section, we should have 3 divs for each event card. Okay,
Okay.
So let's remove this, and I'm just gonna add div, and here we'll have H2 with events in events.
Okay. Let's create the cards for each event. It's about that, I think. I think it is about that. Okay, boom.
In London, then I'm just gonna add here some description text, and for that I'm gonna use lorem ipsum. So if you don't know this website, let's go to it, lorem ipsum, and this is just a placeholder text. Okay, so let's just copy this, and for that I'm gonna use lorem ipsum. So if you don't know this website, let's go to it, lorem ipsum, and this is just for that I'm gonna use lorem ipsum. Then I'm just gonna add here some description text in London, then to with, okay, so let's remove this. Okay, sure, we have time. Okay, this is the copyright. Here we think, okay, yeah, so this arrow, we'll come back to this later when we have a look at how to use this link component from Next.js. All right, so let's just save this, and now, okay, we have here our links taking us to our page. Now about us, okay, this is working, and then we have a main page, and then the footer. And I'm just gonna do, I have some text here with me, so I'm just gonna copy this. Okay, this is the copyright. Okay, so we have a footer, we have some styles. We'll look into these styles later. At the moment, I'm only care about creating the homepage. Okay, here in the section, we should have 3 divs for each event card. Okay. Okay, so let's remove this.
Okay. Okay. Now, okay. Here. Main. And you do last name equal. Remove that. Style of main. And then in it, you put the code. Okay, it's cleaner now.
And I'm just gonna add div, and here we'll have H2 with events in events.
Okay.
In London, then I'm just gonna add here some description text, and for that I'm gonna use lorem ipsum. So if you don't know this web, I'm just gonna add here some description text, and for that I'm gonna use lorem ipsum. So if you don't know this website, let's go to it, lorem ipsum, description text, and for that I'm gonna use lorem ipsum. So if you don't know this website, let's go to it, lorem ipsum, and this is just a placeholder text.
Okay. So this is so old school. Now we have ChatGPT. I can ask ChatGPT, can you give me a good advanced dummy data for an event site? Please, my bro. Please, for an event site that is listing an event in London, please. And will give me. He will give it to me. He will give it to me, bro. Event name: London International Music Festival Transfer Celebration. This is by Ronan, artist and up and coming talent. Don't miss out on this unforgettable experience. Incredible. And just put it there. and then boom, it's perfect. So it's looking so good.
So let's just copy this. Okay, so I have an image here, but I'm not gonna add it for now. I'm just gonna yeah, let's just leave it like this. And then we have the title and we have a text. Okay, I just realized that.
Okay. Okay, that's really good.
Well, we need links to each of these cards. So this needs to be a link, href. And we are going to leave this empty for now. I'm going to duplicate this and say event in San Francisco. And then duplicate this and in Barcelona. Okay, so.
Okay. Okay.
And then duplicate this and say event in San Francisco. So this needs to be a link, href. And we are going to leave this empty for now. I'm going to duplicate this and say event in San Francisco. Href. And we are going to leave. Just realize that I have an image here, but I'm not.
Add an image values and an image tag too. Like she wants to add an image tag at the top of the H2 tag. Okay.
I'm gonna add it for now. I'm just gonna let's just leave it like this. And then
Okay.
we have the title and we have a text.
Okay, image tag H2.
Okay, I just realized that well, we need links to each of these cards, so this needs to be a link, href, and we.
Okay. And change the div tag to an a tag. Boom. Perfect.
We are going to leave this empty for now. I'm going to duplicate this and say event in San Francisco. And then duplicate this and
okay.
Event in San Francisco.
Okay. Copy. Okay. Nashref. Well, okay. Okay, like this. So now, what you're gonna do is copy paste this and now this that's it to and adapt it to the two other kind. Can you give me dummy data for San Francisco? I will verify if September 10 to 12 was a weekend. It was a weekend actually. Crazy. Okay. Now we have something.
Then duplicate this and in Barcelona.
And events in Barcelona. Okay. London, San Francisco.
Okay, so let's just go back to here. Yeah, we have here all our events. So you see there's a link, but it's empty. So at the moment, we'll just leave it like this. Let's just go to our About Us page. Okay, in our About Us page, we're going to have a title. And so let's just go here a div. And I'm just going to add some placeholder text.
Okay.
This page is empty. So at the moment.
Okay. We have this page now. Let's see if I can learn quicker this. I might study this. Because it's more straight to the point than this one. But this is a paid course. I don't know if I can share it. In fact, I know I cannot share it.
We'll just leave it like this. Let's just go to our About Us page.
Let's see what page we have. Okay, we have this. This is our page.
Okay, in our About Us page, we're going to have a title, and we have here all our events. So you see there's a link, but it's empty. So at the moment, we'll just leave it like this. Let's just go to our About Us page. Okay, in our About Us page,
About Us page.
we're going to have a title, and so let's just go here a div, and I'm just going to add some placeholder text. We'll make this a little bit better. There you go.
Okay.
Okay. We'll make this a little bit better.
So Let's do some to the About Us page. We have to put a return because it's not on one line anymore. So if I don't put this, it will not work. Boom. A P. And I can ask ChatGPT again. Can you give me the About Us for a site given the precedent questions to you? For an event site, the precedent questions. Please give it to me. Please give it to me, bro. Okay. Welcome to our event site, your one-stop destination for all the best events happening in London, San Francisco, and Barcelona. We are dedicated to providing you with the most comprehensive and up-to-date information on all the hottest events in these great cities, from world-renowned music festivals to delicious food and wine events. We got it all. Our team of experts scour the city to bring you the best events, and we're constantly updating our website to make sure you're in the know. You're in the know about all the latest happenings. With our easy-to-use search and filter options, you can find exactly what you're looking for in no time. So whether you're local or tourist, join us and make the most of your time in these amazing cities. Oh, this is so good.
Okay, our About Us page is done. And then let's go to our events page.
Okay. Here, let me figure this out. About Us. It's working, it's here. And then.
Okay, our About Us page is done. And then let's go to our events page. Okay. Events is this one, yes. And here, what I have is.
Okay, here in our event page. Okay, in this one. This in it. Okay, let me copy paste this.
We should have a div. Events is this one, yes. And here, what I have is we should have a div. And here we need again the same structure as earlier. So I'm just going to copy it. Where is it? This. Okay, and I come here. I'm just going to copy because here we again have the same three links. In this case, in the design we don't have. Okay, and I come here. I'm just going to copy because here we again have the same three links. In this case, in the design we don't have this same. Okay, and I come here. I'm just going to copy because here we again have the same three links. In this case, in the design we don't have this description, the same as this and this. We only have a link, and within each link, an image with the text. This and this.
Okay, in the events page, you write this. Okay, in the index.
We only have a link, and within each link, an image the same. In this case, earlier, we should have a div, and here, yes. And then let's go to. And I'm just going to add something. So let's just put here a div. And I'm just going to add some placeholder text. We'll make this a little bit better.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what she's trying to do. The event. In the event one page, just paste up. What? I'll do it my way. Here.
Later. Okay, our About Us page is done. And then let's go to our Events page. Okay, add some placeholder text. We'll make this a little bit better later. Okay, our About Us page is done. And then let's go to our Events page. Okay, Events is this one. Yes, and here what I have is.
Okay. No, it's not this. Okay. Okay. This is that. Boom. Okay, boom. Okay. It's good. Good. Okay, this is good. Good. So to our event front page, we write this. Okay.
We should have a div. And here we need again the same structure.
In the index.js event one. In the index.js the events from there. Like this.
Structure as earlier. So I'm just going to copy it. What is it? This. Okay, and I come here. I'm just going to copy because here we again have the same three links. In this case, in the design, we don't have creatives. Okay, and I come here. I'm just going to copy because here we again have the same three links. In this case, in the design, we don't have here. We again have the same. Okay, and I come here. I'm just going to copy because here we again have the same structure as earlier. So I'm just going to copy it. What is it? This. Okay, and I come here. I'm just going to copy because here we again have the same three links. In this case, in the design, we don't have this description, the same as this and this. We only have a link, and within each link, an image with the text. So let's go to the browser. Okay.
Votre marque est en plein développement et si vous passez à la vitesse supérieure, avec Shopify, vous pouvez faire
the same as this and
okay, index.js. Okay, I get it. She's copying fast what is in the index. She's like, okay, event page. She's taking everything here and she's deleting the paragraph. That's what I understand. Lists. Okay. write this. Okay.
This, we only have a link, and within each link, an image with the text. So let's go to the browser. Okay. So we have.
Okay. Let me figure this out. I don't know if her. Okay, but she has a navigation in every.
Have our browser. Okay. This, we only have a link.
She has a
The same as
navigation.
this and this. We only have a link, and within each link, an image with the text. So let's go to the browser. Okay.
No.
So we have our main pages. We have home, we have events, and we have.
Okay. We now have all our main pages.
About us. But now we are missing all of our. Okay, so we have our main pages. We have home, we have events, and we have about us. But now we are.
Events, about us.
With the text. So let's go to the browser. Okay. So we have our main pages. We have home, we have events, and we have about us. But now we are missing all of our single events. For all the.
Okay. We have all our main pages. Now we are missing all our.
We have home, we have events, and we have about us. But now we are missing all of our single events. For all the events.
All of our single events.
And we want to have dynamic pages. This means we don't want to specify the name.
We have boom. I'm trying to really make it like clear, crystal clear, really like,
Names of all of our Okay, so we have our main pages. We have home, we have events, and we have about us. But now we are missing all of our single events. For all the events, we want to have dynamic pages. This means we.
For all events, we want to have dynamic pages.
Don't want to specify the name. We are missing all of our single events. For all the events, we want to have dynamic pages. This means we don't want to specify the names of the page.
This means we don't want to specify the name of the page.
So for single events, for all the events, we want to have dynamic pages. This means we don't want to specify the names of the page. So for example, if we have event for Halloween, we want to have dynamic pages. This means we don't want to specify the names of the page. So for example, if we have event for Halloween, we could come here and do Halloween in London. But this will mean like I will have to create
So if we have event, okay, here I can put example of dynamic pages. Okay, I can do it like that, and then boom. We want dynamic pages. So it's even a better name for a chapter. We want dynamism, dynamic pages.
We can come here and do Halloween in London. But this will mean like I will have to create a specific page for all the events, and we might have like 100 events. But we don't want to do this. What we want is to have one page, a specific page, and do Halloween in London. For example, if we have event for Halloween, we can come here and do Halloween in London. But this will mean like I have event for Halloween, we have dynamic pages. This means we don't want to specify the names of the page. So for example, if we have event for Halloween, we can come here and do Halloween in London. But this will mean like our event for the event, we want to have dynamic pages. This means we don't want to specify the names of the page. So for example, if we have event for Halloween, we can come here and do
can write here in the browser.
Halloween in London.
Halloween in London like this. Let's crank up the resolution though.
So this will mean like I will have to create a specific page for all.
But this will mean I will have to create a specific page for this.
With events, and we might have like 100 events, but we don't want to do this. What we want is to have
We don't want to do this.
one page, and we want our path to be whatever the name of our event. So we said Halloween in London, so we want our path to be, and we want our path to be whatever the name of our event. So we said Halloween in London, so we want our path to be Halloween in London. Then we don't want to do this. What we want is to have one page, and we want our path to be whatever the name of our event. So we said Halloween in London, so we want our
We want this have one page.
path to be, and we want our path to be whatever the name of our event. So we said we want is to have one page, and we want our path to be whatever.
And we want our page to be whatever the name
of our event. So we said Halloween in London, so we want our path to be Halloween in London, or Halloween.
Let me write something because I love taking notes. Crazy. I love that. Here I have so much notes. But I'm like really trying to break down the core of development. Or web development. It doesn't matter. I'm just really trying to break it down. So there is. So okay. I'm really trying to break this down. I'm really trying to. Okay. Where is this? Where is this? Where the fuck is this? Oh, okay. I will search it later. So okay. Development. Boom. Commerce. Okay. E-commerce. Because there's no. E-commerce, and you can have either digital or product or physical product. But web development development pages, directly pages. You go pages and you can directly have either static pages with static pages, SEO, or dynamic pages. That's a good question to ask ChatGPT. Okay, I will ask ChatGPT a question. Do we only do SEO? Or are we doing SEO only on static pages? a good question. Are we doing SEO only on static pages? I don't know if it's ready for me. Search engine optimization can be both static and dynamic pages. Can be applied to both static and dynamic pages. Static pages are HTML pages that remain the same every time they are loaded, while dynamic pages are generated on the fly by a web application and can change based on user input or other factors. Static pages can be optimized for SEO by including relevant keywords in the content, meta tags, and page titles. They can also be designed with a clean and clear structure, which will help search engine understand the content and context of the page. Dynamic pages can also can be optimized for SEO, but it might require different approaches such as server-side rendering or making sure that the URL structure and the content generated by what is that, bro? Ah. Give me the answer now. I don't have time, bro. Give me the answer. But the process, for example. Oh, it was a better answer. It was a better answer. I will ask again because the first time I asked, it was a better answer, bro. No, SEO can be done. Why? It's crazy, bro. It's unfair, bro. I would like to say it's unfair. It was better the first time. Let's go. Okay, so we can do SEO both on static and dynamic pages. Okay.
In Barcelona and so on. So we want this part, or in London. So we want our path to be, whatever the name of our event. So we said Halloween in London. So we want our path to be Halloween in London, or Halloween in Barcelona, and so on. So we want this part, this path to be dynamic and to be the same as the title of our event.
Okay, we want the part of our URL to be dynamic, and whatever is the title of our event.
There is a better way of doing it, which is create a dynamic page. This is like a template that will dynamically render the content and create this path for each event. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this like this. And to add a dynamic page, what we need to do is create a new file and add square brackets. And inside we are going to add identifier. So I'm just gonna add ID like this and then .js. And this is how you create.
Okay, let's create a dynamic page.
Dynamic. We are going to add identifier. So I'm just gonna add ID like this and then .js. And this is how you create dynamic files.
Okay. Boom. All right. Okay.
So now.
Okay. So to create a dynamic page, ID objects.
If I copy, I'm just gonna copy
Okay.
here, and this square brackets, and inside we are going to add identifier. So I'm just going to add ID like this and then .js. And this is how you create dynamic files. So now, if I copy, I'm just going to copy here.
Okay, let's do this like that. Okay, I did a JS. Where does the okay in the event? Create a file. I put that. Boom. Okay. Okay, I have that here.
You create dynamic files. So now, if I copy, I'm just going to copy here. Okay, so this is the event Halloween in London. No, let's just say our single event, for example. And by the way, this name here is just
So now,
okay, this is
write
the event.
so now write this in your newly created file.
Halloween in London. No, let's just say our single event, for example. And by the way, this name here, this is up to you. You can put wherever you want. If you want, you can put event ID.
Okay. Okay. Note. Note. You can put whatever you want between the square brackets. Okay.
Or you can put hello. You don't even need to use
like hello, like hello.
the ID. You want, you can put event.
Or this.
By the way, this name here, this is up to you. You can put wherever you want. If you want, you can put event.
Or
ID. Or you can put hello. You don't even need to use the ID word. Sometimes you use, well, it's quite common to use ID or Slack like this, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like ID. So this is how Next.js identifies the dynamic files when we add the square brackets around them. And this page will be loaded for different paths and different page names. So we can hear files, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like ID. So this is how Next.js identifies the dynamic files when we add the square brackets around them. And this page will be loaded for different paths and different page names. So we come here, okay? If I change this and I just write 1, 2, 3, 4, we also get it. If I write 1, 5, we also get it. The square brackets around them. And this page will be loaded for different paths and different page names. Identify that I'm black like this, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like ID. Or sometimes you use ID. Or you can put hello. You don't even need to use the if you want. If you want, you can put event. And by the way, this name here, this is up to you. You can put wherever you want. If you want, you can put event ID. Or you can put hello. You don't even need to use the ID word. Sometimes
this is how Next.js identify the dynamic files. Okay, let's do it like that.
you use, well, it's quite common to use ID or Slack. Like, you can put hello. You don't even need to use the ID word. Sometimes you use, well, it's quite common to use ID or Slack like this, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like ID. So this is how Next.js identifies the dynamic file when we add the square brackets around it.
Next.js identify. You square braces. Okay. Understand that. Understand. 2 seconds, I take some notes. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was just taking some notes.
And this page will be loaded. So this is how Next.js identifies our Slack like this, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like ID.
Okay.
So this is how Next.js identifies the dynamic files when we add the square brackets around it. And this page will be loaded for different paths and different page names. So we come here file when we add the square brackets around it. And this page will be loaded for different paths and different page names.
And this pie will be loading.
So we come here, okay? If I change this and I just write 1, 2, 3, 4, we also get it. If I write 1, 5, we also get it.
Okay.
And this and I just, and this page will.
Okay, write this in it. Page. Working. It is working. Okay, we got this. All of this is not really pretty fine. It's good.
Use, well, it's quite common to use ID or Slack like this, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like ID. So this is how Next.js identifies the dynamic files when we add this.
It can be whatever.
Square brackets around it. And this page will be loaded for different paths and different page names. So we come here, okay? If I change this and I just write 1, 2, 3, 4, we also get it. If I write 1, 5, we also get it.
Now, this page is dynamic.
And so this means that at the moment, any path that we have specify here after the event / will be picked up. And we can still have a static page next to dynamic one. So for example, here we have event one. So if we come here, we have still our event one page, our static page.
Okay.
Event one. So if we come here, and we can still have a static page next.
We still have the stat. We still have. Even one is still working.
To dynamic one. So for example, here we have event one. So if we come here, we have still our event one page.
Okay. Maybe it's like that. Yes. Okay. Got it.
Our static page next to dynamic one. So for example, here we have event one. So if we come here, we have still our event one page, our static page.
Bienvenue sur Dima. Sur Dima, vous pourrez apprendre un nouveau métier ou simplement vous perfectionner dans le développement.
Okay, so now we can have our single events rendered dynamically. But what about our events per city? So here we go back to the homepage.
Okay.
Render dynamically. But okay, so now we can have our single events rendered dynamically.
So now, single event render dynamically.
But what about our events per city? So here we go back to the homepage. You can see here that we have 3 pages: event in London, event in San Francisco, and event in Barcelona. We could create a page here that we have 3 pages: event in London, event in San Francisco, and event in Barcelona. We could, you can see here, but what about our events per city? So here we go back to the homepage. You can see here that we have 3 pages: events in London, event in San Francisco, and events in Barcelona. We could create a page here that, but what about our events per city? So here we go back to the homepage. You can see here that we.
Yeah. We go back to the page.
We have 3 pages: event in London, event in San Francisco, and event in Barcelona. We could create a page for each of them, so we could create 3 pages. But in the future, we might want to add more cities or other categories, and we don't want to have to be duplicating work.
Okay. Create another dynamic page. This page. Okay, let's go.
So we can also have next dynamic route. What do I mean by this? Okay, so we want to have something like here, like I'm here, we want to have events. I'm just going to do it here, that'd be better. Just let me type here. So we want to have this path, events / event per city. I'm just going to type like this, and then the event itself. Okay, no way to do this, but just leave it like this. So this would be equal to events, okay, events in London, and this, for example, Christmas in London. Or this could be the same as events in San Francisco, and then, I don't know, New Year's Eve. Okay, so we will have something like in San Francisco, and then, I don't know, New Year's Eve. Okay, so we could have something like this. So to do this, this the event. What do I mean by this? Okay, so we want to have something like here, like I'm here. We want to have events. I'm just going to do it here.
Okay.
Just let me type here.
Let's design the URL because basically it's that. Let's design the URL because that's how I understand what we are trying to do here.
So we want to have this part, events slash.
We want a URL that is taking this form. Oh, okay. I have an even better idea. URL design. Okay, that's what there is inside this. You design the URL design.
Event per city, I'm just gonna type it like this, and then the event itself. Okay, no way to do this, but just leave it like this. So this would be equal to events. Okay, event in London, and this, for example, Christmas in London.
Okay. We want a URL that is taking this form. It will translate to things like that. It will translate this. What the fuck is it, bro? It will transform in real world.
Or and this, for example, Christmas in London. Or this could be the same as events in San Francisco, and then, I don't know, New York. No, sorry, New Year's Eve. Okay, so we could have something like this. So to do this, you see that I'm adding here these square brackets. Well, this is because we can also create subfolders render dynamically just by adding these square brackets. So we could, because we can also create subfolders. You see that okay, so we could have something like this. So to do this, you see that I'm adding here these square brackets. Well, this is because we can also create subfolders render dynamically just by adding these square brackets. So we could come here and where we have, okay, and within events, we are going to create a folder. I'm just going to call it cat for categories. And then within this.
Okay, to do this in the events folder, we will create a folder with the square bracket. Okay, implement our designer. I will name it that.
One event, we are going to create a folder I'm just gonna call it cat for categories, and then within this one, I'm just gonna move this ID within this one. Yeah. Okay. And within the categories, I need this page over here, right? So we need to create an index. So index.js. This page over here, right? So I'm gonna move this ID within this one. Yeah. Okay. And within the categories, I need this page over here, right? So we need to create an index. So index.js, please. And then within this one, I'm just gonna move this ID within this one. Yeah. Okay. And within the categories,
And within the categories, I will put the ID. Okay.
I need this page over here, right? So we need to create an index. So index.js, and then I'm just.
And we also need to create an index.js file in the cat. In the cat, the folder. We also need to create an index.js file. Okay. Okay, it's perfect. Okay. Now I go back here. In the events folder, I create a cat folder. Create a put ID folder. Okay, and I create in it an index.js file. So it's perfect. So it is perfecto. Okay.
Just gonna be lazy and well, yeah, I'm just gonna copy this and then access the data. Okay. Okay. Events in London. I'm just gonna leave it like this. Okay.
This is Binance NFT, the NFT marketplace with everything you need in one place. Indie creators.
And I guess we have event 1, event 2, event 3, event 4, event 5. I'm just gonna print 6. Okay. So let's see how this works. Event. And I guess we have event 1, event 2, event 3, event 4, event 5. I'm just gonna print 6. Okay. So let's see how this works.
Okay. And this index.
2, event 3, event 4, event 5. I'm just gonna print 6. Okay. So
Oh yeah, she's
let's see how this works.
So quick.
Event 2, event 3, event 4, event 5. I'm just gonna print 6.
Okay. Fine. I'll do this. And write. I need to create an index. Versions file and write this in. Okay, let's go. Okay. Events page. Events. I will write the same thing. Let's try a bit GitHub Copilot because I have it and I never use it. Write me. You know what? I'll do that. Write me 6 links tag event. It doesn't work. It basically doesn't work, bro. Write me component with 6 link tags on them. Write it to me. Oh. Okay, it doesn't work. I need to figure out more about this. Two, three.
Okay, so let's see how this works. If we go to our browser and we type events, we have event 1, event 2, event 3, event 4, event 5, and it's going to print 6. Okay, so let's see how this works. If we go to our
And write this in it.
browser 3, event 4.
We need to export. We need to export that also. Export the 4 page. Okay, d'accord. We have this. And we have that. And let's copy the file structure of the this. Okay.
Event 5, and it's going to print 6. Okay, so let's see how this works. If we go to our browser and we type events, we can type here wherever we want, as we said, because.
Okay. So now okay, how this works. Local host, super good. Okay, let's try this. Okay, it's working. Events. Okay, interesting. It goes directly here. So, you know what I have? Single dynamic event. And like that. So here, if I go again, that. Okay, interesting. Okay, get it.
This is going to pick up anything that matches this path. So
this is going to pick up
F London, for example. Okay, so I need to remove, where was it? This from here. You save it again. And we can see our single event. And now we go to the events in London like this. We can see events in London. If I decide to tag here, wherever I want, I can still see events in London. Great, this is working. Now we need to connect these links with our pages. So when we click in San Francisco here, for example, it takes us to the right page.
Okay.
And this link, if I decide to tag here, wherever I want, I can still see events in London. Great, this is working. Now we need to connect these links with our pages. So when we click in San Francisco here, for example, it takes us to the right.
Okay. To connect this.
Page. And we need to connect these links with our pages. So when we click in San Francisco here, for example, it takes us to the right page. And it shows us the right content. At the moment, we just see the same content for all the path that goes after. And it shows us the right content. At the moment, we click in San Francisco here, for example, it takes us to the right page. And it shows us the right content. At the moment.
And it shows us. Okay, because right now, if I go like this, I don't know what it's displaying, and I have no idea. Let's figure this out. She has a different CSS than me.
We just see the same content for all the path that goes after events. Okay, but first we need the data, so go to the description box and download the JSON file I've attached. I have it here ready, so I'm going to drag it into this data folder. So just drag it, and let me show you what I have here. Okay, so.
Okay, so I think this is the data she's talking about. I think I will initialize GitHub repo for this, because we're here and we're working, and like I think we should keep our work. So okay, let's go. Next JS Next.js, okay, Next.js, Next.js 5, Next.js. What can I put there? Next.js, FreeCodeCamp training. Boom. Okay. Can you write me? Hi, ChatGPT. Can you write me a description for my new GitHub repo? Hi, ChatGPT. Can you write me a description from my new GitHub repo where I'm programming next.js application following a brand new free cut camp tutorial, YouTube tutorial. Sure, here is a sample description for your new GitHub repository. This repository contains the Next.js application that I'm building by following a brand new frame can come YouTube tutorial. This tutorial covers the basics of setting up Next.js and provides step-by-step instruction for implementing various features and functionalities. The goal of this project is to gain a deeper understanding of Next.js and its capabilities, as well as improve my skill as a web developer. Feel free to take a look at my code and let me know if you have any questions or feedbacks. It's perfect. It's perfect. Copy paste. Perfect. Create repo. My description is so. I've never had like this error message. ChatGPT saves life, bro. It's saving life, bro. I should do it again. Next.js. Okay, I will put the date 2020. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's go. So let's go. Let's put this code. Let's put this code live, bruh. Git add, git commit, first commit, git branch main, git remote origin, and git push. Perfect. And now it is live. It is live, bros. It is live. Oh, you know what? I will ask ChatGPT to write me a MD file for that. Hi, ChatGPT. Can you please write me a MD file for this repository? Repository on GitHub, please. Sure, here is a sample README file. Next.js application. The repository contains the Next.js application that we're following. This tutorial covers the basics of saving the Next.js project. Okay, there is a README file here. I would change that. Yeah. It's so perfect. It's so good, bro. It's so good, bro. It's so good, bro. It's so good. There's no license on it, but you know what? Bro, I copy that. Let's see here. Why? Text to MD. Like, is there any way to transform a text into an MD? A markdown? Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go. I will copy this. Okay. Okay. I will do this now. Okay. Markdown editor. Maybe it's that I need. Right. Okay. I'm trying to make things really neat. Markdown shit code. Shit. Okay. List. Okay. I'm really trying to make it so good. Trying to make it so good. I'm trying to really make it so good. Then it will be my template for. It will be my template then. Boom. Boom. Okay. I'm trying to make it so good that you will love it when you will try to, you will try to read my code. You will love my code. Yeah. Okay. I can directly put that here. I might change my username though. My boys, but that's not my, that's not my gangster name though. Okay. Mhm. No, it's not that. Okay. I'm, I'm giving so much effort in that. It's crazy. Oh, oh, it's copying and pasting. What the fuck, bro? I put so much effort in it, but okay, you know what? Now my name will be Zilly Whipping. Um, so, you know what? I will change my name, my my profile name right now. Right now, I'll change my profile name. T'as pas la 4G? Zilly Whipping. Okay. Ah non. Ah, boom. Boom. Speak, speak me in English. Let's go. Let's go. I will change this. I will change this later. No license. You know what? I will change it. Change it later. Does not matter. It add. It commute. I did some. I did the description of the project to limit. Date. Now, if we go there, we have like a perfect remit for they know. No, they don't know. No, they don't know. It will be crazy if ChatGPT will know the URL for the tutorial I'm following right now. So okay, I don't even remember where I was in the. I don't even remember where I was in the course. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go back, bro. Okay.
So we have two objects.
Remember, I wanted to go in the like
Events here. Okay, so we have.
We need to create a data folder.
Bienvenue sur Dima. Sur Dima, vous pourrez apprendre un nouveau métier ou simplement vous perfectionner dans le développement web. Toutes les formations sont composées de vidéos où vous allez découvrir les bases et voir comment les mettre en pratique. Puis, un cours écrit vous permettra d'approfondir les notions vues dans les vidéos en prenant le temps qu'il vous faut afin de bien les maîtriser. Vous aurez enfin un quiz à la fin de chaque leçon pour valider.
At the moment, we go to the description box and download the JSON file I've attached. I have it here ready, so I'm going to drag it into this data folder.
Okay. Okay. We need to create this data folder. We need to download JSON file, or we can do it like this. I don't know if we can go to file and can you download the file? I don't remember how you download directly a file like this, but it's not a problem. I can do this like that and save it as JSON directly in my data file. Boom. So if we go into data, we see the data JSON. And we see we have all the data here. Okay. So
Just drag it, and let me show you what I have here.
I might want to format this document because it's crazy. Format documents with criteria. Yes, you know. So you know, like with no format, you see everything in one line, so you cannot read it. But if you format it like that, like this, you can see it's readable. You see the data. So you see there are event categories: London, San Francisco, Barcelona. There are all the events here. I think in a real world project you will have like a database, but it's kind of a real world project because it's few stack. But in a real production environment, you will have a database directly. It will not be like a JSON like this. even if when you send a request to the backend, you get back a JSON like this. But
okay, so we have
decoration. Okay.
let's drag it, and let me show you what I have here. Okay, so we have two objects, event categories, and this is an array of this is an array with all the events category that we have. In this case, our category is the city. So events for London with the title, an ID, a description, and an image that we are going to use for our pages, or for our homepage page, and for our events page. This category that we have. In this case, our category is the city. So events for London with the title, an ID, a description, and an image that we are going to use for our pages, or for our homepage page, and for our events page. And the same with San Francisco and Barcelona.
Okay, I'm just find it like this. Okay. Right now, she's just explaining the data. She's not.
All event, which is an array of objects. Each holds the information of the event: the ID, the title, the city, description, image, and email register. We'll look into this later. Okay, so we have here quite a few events, and as we can see, we have identifier for each of them, and the city where each of these events take place. Okay, now we need to get access to the specific data for each page. So extract the dynamic enter path value, this dynamic enter path, and print the.
Okay, let's go. Now we are going to data fetch. Why were you waiting for that? We are going to do it. We are going to data fetch. So it's part 8 of our tutorial, data fetching. Let's go. We're not scared. Data fetching. Let's go, let's go.
Extract the dynamic enter path value, this dynamic enter path, and print the data that belongs to each ID. So print all of this data. This data could be coming from an external source, but in our case, we'll have it within our project in this data folder. Next, allow us to render our content in different ways depending on our application's use case.
Okay.
So we have pre-rendering with server-side rendering, and print the data that belongs to each ID. So print all of these.
Let's type some. Let's type some
Incense.
We need some to focus even more.
Incense. 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 Incense.
Yes. Let's slide some. Let's go.
This data interpath, and print the data that belongs to each ID. So print all of this data. This data could be coming from an external source, but in our case, we'll have it each ID. So print all of this data. This data could be coming from an external source, but in our case, we'll have it within our project in this data folder. Next, allow us to render our content in different ways depending on our application's use.
Render different ways.
Use case. So we have this data folder. Next, allow us to render our content in different ways depending on our application's use case. So we have pre-rendering with server-side rendering or static generation, and updating on our application's use case. So we have pre-rendering with server-side rendering or static generation. And updating or creating content at runtime with incremental static regeneration. Our content external source, but in our case, we'll have it within our project in this data folder. Next, allow us to render our content in different ways depending on our application's use case. So,
okay, depending of. So there's many ways to render our content with Next.js. In React, it's basically the same way. Or yes, you can adjust the way you want, depending on the situation, but with a lot more configurations. But in Next.js, you can do it easily. You can choose different way to render your content easily.
So we have pre-rendering with server-side rendering or static generation and updating on our application's use case. So we have pre-rendering with server.
You have pre-rendering as well.
Side rendering or static generation and updating or creating content at runtime with incremental static regeneration.
Incremental static
generation and updating or creating content at runtime with incremental static regeneration. If we want to render some content dynamically, we need to have server-side functions. So we are with incremental static regeneration. If we want to render some content dynamically, we need to have server-side functions.
Want to render
runtime with incremental static regeneration. If we want to render some content dynamically, we need
content dynamically
to have server-side functions. So we are going to explore today how to
need to have server-side function.
render the pages using server-side rendering and static generation. Okay, so let's start with the server-side rendering. For this, let's go to content dynamically. We need to have server-side functions. So we are going to explore today how to pre-render the pages using server-side rendering and static generation.
So today, I'll explore server-side rendering and static generation.
Okay, so let's start with the server-side rendering. For this, let's go to the homepage.
Okay, we'll do server-side rendering right now.
So I'm gonna go here. This is our homepage.
For this, we go to the homepage of events. This we go to the page.
And we need to add the function called get server-side props. So outside this export function, export page, we need to add our function. So we say export function get server-side props. Okay. And now the thing here, we get the context, but we don't need it for now. So look into that later. And we get server export page. We need to add our function. So we say export function get. This is our homepage. And we need to add the function called get server-side props. So outside this export.
Okay. We need to what?
This is our homepage. And we need to add the function called get server-side props. So
we need to add to the function called get server-side prop. Okay. Let's specify it. Get server-side prop. We need to add.
Inside this export function, export page, we need to add our function. So we say export function get server-side props. Okay.
Okay. So write this. Write this. So but here. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? So it's there, and then the index here. So here, after you write export function get server side props. Okay.
And now the thing here, we get the context, but we don't need it for now. So look into that later. And this function returns an object. Look into that later.
Okay. This function returns an object.
And this function returns an object that has props. And here, within this,
Has props. Good.
is where we'll pass
Okay.
that has props. And here,
Okay, you go. This function returns an object that has props. So that's good. And
within this is where we'll pass any props that we want our page to have. So we can
pass
any within this is where we'll pass any props that we want our page to have. So we can pass any props from here. We can pass any props from here to our page. And here within this is where we'll that has props. And here within this is where we'll pass any props that we want our page to have. So we can pass any props from here. We can pass any props from here to our page. So let's.
Okay, it's interesting. So we can pass any props from here to our page. Interesting, really interesting. I've already worked on Next.js, a company, but I've never done this kind of things yet. Server-side props. In fact, I think I have failed a technical test because I was not enough versed in Next.js. And that's what's crazy, you know, when you are looking for a job and all, you get a ton of opportunity and you might be good, but not ready in this technology in particular. You fail. So that's a sad story, but it's life. Now let's go back to this index. Okay, let me just write some code. Return m out. Okay.
Let's test it out. So I'm just gonna say title. I'm just gonna say hello everyone.
Okay. Here I will just put the title.
Yep, and now this is going to be available without our page prop.
And this is going to be available in our page. Okay. 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 Like this. It's going to be available in the
And now this is going to be available without our page props.
So back in our page props at the top of the page.
We can use the destructor function and this has. here type is going to be available without our page props. We can use the destructure function and
well, the photo like this.
this has here title. This is the same as doing this. So this is just regular React. Just as a reminder, this is the same as doing this. So it needs to be capital. Okay, and say.
This is the same as doing this.
A const title equal props.
And say plus title equal props. Okay, I get it.
Or even this is the same as doing props dot title. Okay, we could also do this, but I think it's a lot easier if we just destructure this.
I'll just.
Or even this is the same as doing props dot title. Okay, we could also do this, but I think it's a lot easier if we just destructure this and we pass it directly.
But it's not easier. A lot easier with the syntax.
Okay, so now we need to wrap this. It's a verbal, and now if we refresh the page, so now we need to wrap this.
Now wrap this. Now wrap this as a variable. Need to do it too. I don't. Okay. Okay. Okay.
This is a verbal, and now if we refresh the page in home, we are not getting this title.
She messed that up because here we are in the we are not in the at the right place, I think.
Okay, we are not getting the title, so let's inspect the elements.
JSON document databases sound interesting, but do you really want to give up SQL, joins, and ACID? With Couchbase,
I'm in May. Or am I adding this? Okay, I'm adding this in the wrong place.
Yeah.
So I'm in events rather than I thought I was in homepage. Okay, so we can see. Okay, so just in case you got lost, I was adding this in the index of the events rather than in the homepage.
Okay. That's what I thought. I knew it. I swear I knew it. To me, it was strange that we were.
I want to. I was adding this in the index of the events rather than in the homepage. I want to start by the homepage, so I'm going to quickly take this.
Okay. I will correct this. Go to the home page. Okay. This home page. Knew it. Go to the home page. Okay. Go to the home page here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, and just move it, just go to this index. This is the home page. Right, and now let's go back to this one. And
write this.
We don't have this. Right. And now let's go back to this one. And we don't have this anymore. So I'm just going to events page. Okay. So now here, I'm just going to press it here. Function home. And let's just do a little bit of cleanup so we don't confuse ourselves like I did now. So this is a page. So
Now she wants to change that to not confuse. Okay.
So we could function home, and let's just do a little bit of cleanup so we don't confuse ourselves like I did now. So this is
Okay. I will do that later. I think it might be interesting. Okay, let's go.
page. So we could say, okay. So now here, I'm just going to press it here. Function home, and let's just do a little bit of cleanup so we don't confuse ourselves like I did now. So
let's clean up a bit our code. Let's clean up.
So this is a page. So we could say about us page.
Us. Change the component. That's .js to about page. Okay.
Okay, so we have about us page, then this is events page.
Yeah, but you have to change it also here. About and change the export default. Change the export. You have to change the export default also, because if not, your page will not export. Okay.
About us page. Okay, so we have about us page, then this is events page.
Okay. Change the index.js in event to events page. Okay. index the okay, good.
Okay, like we could call all events page is fine. And then within this cat, events per city page.
And within cat, we'll change the index in events per city. Whoa! This is what you want. This is what you want. Change the index.js in the cat folder to events per city page to yes.
Okay, or let's just call it category page because we said that. That's what it means, category page. And
What?
then, okay, or let's just call it category page because we said that.
Okay.
That's what it means.
She prefers that. Events page. She's also forgetting to change the export. So she will have to change the export. But her code will
category page, and then this is
okay. Oh shit.
Is our event page. Our because we said that. So we use category page, and then this is our event page, our single event page. Okay. Called category page, and then this is our event page, our single. Event page. Okay.
Event page. She forgot again. Do not work for her.
Cool. This is a little bit more tidy. So now, we have So let's go back to. Okay.
Yes, she has
another issue. If we change the name of this cons, obviously we need to update this export default as well. So let's just go through all of them and update it. Right?
Yeah.
We don't need this page anymore. This was just an example, so I'm going to delete it. About us. Okay. So I think we are good to go. Okay, no, I'm missing one. Events page. And this one, yeah. As you can see, we can also export it directly. Okay, so I think now we are good. Okay. Let's just double check that all our pages are working. Yep. Yeah. Okay, these are not working because I haven't added the link. So, okay, so this is empty. We could do this. And this is obviously going to display the same page for all of them. So I'm just going to show you the, I'm just going to add it here for the moment, but just going to show you, it's going to take us to the, this is, we could do this. Okay, So this is something we could do this.
Okay. I don't even know what she's doing right now. I think I will do a quick pause because it's been at least 2 hours we're coding right now. Like, we're in need, bro. I'll make a quick pause and I will come back later. It's close to 4 hours that we're coding. I come back in like 10 minutes. back. We are back. Let's go. Let's go.
And we could do this. And this is obviously going to display the same page for all of them. So I'm just going to show you the, I'm just going to add it here for the moment, but just going to show you. I'm going to take us to the same page anyway. Here this bits. See if I can get rid of all of them. Okay. So
Ça, c'est une carte de visite. Et si vous êtes thérapeute, ça sert à rien. Alors arrêtez de distribuer les cartes de visite. Et vous embêtez même pas à les imprimer. Et...
So if we click here.
No.
Okay. Here is going to take us to this same page. Okay, we need in this path data, we still use the same. We don't have dynamic content for them. That's what we are going to do now. Okay, so let's go back to the home page. And yes, okay. So as I was showing you about how to get how to render content in the server side using this get server side props function. Okay, as we can see, we can pass any props that we want from here into our page, right? And yes, I think I already mentioned this, but I'm going to repeat it one more time. This needs to be exported as a standalone function. So this won't work if we remove this block, even if we ignore this word, and we add it here within our home page component function. This won't work, okay? It needs to be separate. You can put it above, or you can put it at the bottom. That doesn't matter. So you could do this and come here and do this. This doesn't matter because what is happening here is, I'm just going to leave at the bottom. But what is happening here is this code, the Next.js, is going to run this code first. So it's going to run the server-side functions first, and then it will run our page. And also, this code here only run. This doesn't matter because what is happening here is, I'm just going to leave at the bottom, but separate. You can put it above, or you can put it at the bottom. That doesn't matter. So you could do this and come here and do this. This doesn't matter because what is happening here is, I'm just going to leave at the bottom. But what is happening here is this code, the Next.js, is going to run this code first. So it's going to run the server-side functions first, and then it will run our page. And
okay.
Also this code first. So it's going to run the server-side functions first, and then it will run our page. And also this code here only run on the server side and never run on.
Okay. The server-side code always gets executed first.
On the browser. So it never runs on the client. So here only run on the server side and never run on the browser. So it never runs on the client. And so only run on the server side and never run on the browser. So it never runs on the client. So any information that we put here, even if we put a key or some secrets, the client won't have access to this information. So you could put here any private information. The only way that the client you could put here any private information. The only way that the client, the browser, will get access to this information is if we pass it through the props. It's if we pass like this, okay? Which is not the case for now. Private information. The only way that this, if we put here, even if we put a key or some secrets, the client won't have access to this information. So you could put here any. I'm just going to leave at the bottom. But what is happening here is this code, the Next.js, is going to run this code first. So
Next. Yes. Always
it's going to run the server-side functions first, and then it will run our page. And also, this code here only run on the server side and never run on the browser. So it never runs on the client. So
runs only.
any information that we put here, we put a key browser. So it never runs on the client. So any information that we put here, even if we put a key or some secrets, the client won't have access to this information. So you could put here any private. The client won't have access to this information. So you could put here any private information. The only way that the client, the browser, will get access to this information is if we pass it through the props. It's if we pass like this. Okay, which is not the case for now. Okay, so let's repeat it one more time. This code here runs on the server only, and it runs before.
Okay. Okay.
Our component before this component. This component here runs on the server only, and it runs before our component, before this component, and this page will be created just in time after deployment. So only after you deploy the Nest.js application, and this page will be created just in time after deployment.
And this page will be created just in time.
So only after you deploy the Nest.js application, this page will be pre-rendered for every incoming request.
So
if you're starting, you deploy the Nest.js application, this page will be pre-rendered for every incoming request. If you're starting to learn code, it's really important. And this page will be created just in time after deployment. So only after you deploy the Nest.js application, this page will be pre-rendered for every incoming request. If you're starting to learn code, it's really important you get familiar with the frameworks or the libraries documentation, and they're used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. The frameworks or the libraries documentation, and they're used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. So that's why I'm coming back to the Nest.js document request. If you're starting to learn code, the Nest.js application, this page will be pre-rendered for every incoming request. If you're starting to learn code, it's really important you get familiar with the frameworks or the libraries every incoming request. If you're starting to learn code, it's really important you get familiar with the frameworks or the libraries documentation, and they're used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. So that's why I'm coming back to the Nest.js documentation, because and they're used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. So frameworks or the libraries documentation, and they're used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. documentation. So that's or the libraries documentation, and they're used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. So that's why I'm coming to libraries for every incoming request. If you're starting to learn code, it's really important you get familiar with the frameworks or the libraries documentation, and get used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. So that's why I'm coming back to the Nest.js documentation, because it's really complete, and it is important that you don't get afraid about. I know you can feel overwhelmed at the beginning because it has many entries, many features, and or the libraries documentation, and they're used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. So that's why I'm coming back to the Nest.js documentation, because it's really complete, and it is important that you don't get afraid about. I know you can feel overwhelmed at the beginning because it has many entries, many features, and loads of text, but it's the Nest.js documentation, and they're used to learning how to use it just by reading the documentation. So that's why I'm coming back to the Nest.js documentation, because it's really complete, and it is important that you don't get afraid about. I know you can feel overwhelmed at the beginning because it has many entries, many features, and loads of text, but it's important that you get comfortable searching for whatever you don't understand in the documentation. Okay, so we can search here for whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear or I haven't covered in detail, please come here and search for it, because I'm sure you're going to solve your doubt. Okay, so we can search here for whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear or I haven't covered in detail, please come here and search for it, because I'm sure you're going to solve your doubts just by reading the documentation. Okay, so get server-side props. As you can see, you have here the code snip where it shows you. Please come here and search for it, because I'm sure you're going to solve your doubts just by cover in detail. Please come here and search for it, because I'm sure you're going to tutorial that is not really clear or I haven't covered in detail. Please come here and search for it, because whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that documentation. Okay, so we can search here for whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I want to search for server-side props.
We can search here. Sorry, it's been like 5 hours, I think, we're streaming, so I have a little, it's close to 5 hours that we're streaming, so I have a little less energy that I had at the beginning, but let's get back at it. We'll make it like, let's go, bro. Let's go, bro.
For whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear or I haven't covered in detail, please come here and.
Okay.
And search for it, whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear or I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear, search for, I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear or I want to search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear or I haven't covered in detail,
in this tutorial.
Please come here and search for it, because I'm sure you're going to solve your doubts just by reading the documentation. Okay, so get server-side props.
Go to the document.
As you can see, you have here the code snip where it shows you how to write it.
So get server-side props. It's there. Okay, we agree. Documentation. If we to get server-side props.
get server side props. As you can see, you have here the code snip where it shows you how to write this function, and then it will solve your doubts just by reading the documentation. Okay, so get server side props. As you can see, you have here the code snip. Where it shows you. Okay, so get server side props. As you can see, you have here the code snip where it shows you how to write this function, and then if you scroll down your doubts, just or I haven't covered in detail, please come here and search for it because I'm sure you're going to solve your doubts just by reading the documentation. Okay, so get server side props. As you can see, you have here the code snip where it shows you how to write this function, and then if we scroll down. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Here it says that we should only use get server side props if we need to render the page.
Okay. When should we use get server side?
Data must be, here it says that we should only use get server side props if we need to render the page whose data
props if like we can just point to the documentation here.
must be set at request time.
Server side props if
use get server side props if we need to render the page whose data must be set at request time. This could be to the nature of the data or all properties of the request, such as auto.
use the page. Oh, what are you? For the lessons, I can share. I can create a lovely playlist. People go here.
Authorization headers to how to write the function, and then if we scroll down, okay, this is what I'm looking for. Here, come here and search for it because I'm sure you're going to solve your doubts just by reading the documentation. Okay, here, search here for whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, but it's important that you get comfortable searching for whatever you don't understand in the documentation. Okay, so we can search here for whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I would say, the Next.js documentation because it's really complete and it is important that you don't get afraid about. I know you can feel overwhelmed at the beginning because it has many entries, many features, and loads of text, but it's important that you get comfortable searching for whatever you don't understand in the documentation. Okay, so we can search here for whatever we want. So in this case, we can search for, I would search for server-side props. And by the way, if there is anything in this tutorial that is not really clear or I haven't covered in detail, please come here and search for it because I'm sure you're going to solve your doubts just by reading the documentation. Okay, so get server-side props. As you can see, you have here the code snip where it shows you how to write this function. And then if we scroll down, okay, this is what I'm looking for. Here it says that we should only use get server-side props if we need to render the page whose data must be fetched at request time. This could be to the nature of the data or all properties of the request, such as authorization headers or geolocation. Pages using get server-side props will be server-side render at request time and only be cached if cache control headers are configured. If you do not need to render the data during the request, then you should consider fetching data on the client side or get static props. Okay, so it says we should use get static props if we don't need to render the.
Okay. You should render. You should consider fetching data on the client side. Use get static props if you do not need to render the data.
The page on the client configure. If you do not need to render the data during the request, then you should consider fetching data on the client side or get static props. With this service are render at request time and only with cache if cache control headers are configured. If you do not need to render the data during the request, then you should consider fetching data on the client side or get static props. During the request, then you should consider fetching data on the client side or get static props. Okay, so it says we should use get static props if we don't need to render the page at the request time.
Okay, if you do not need to render the page at the request time, you should use get static props or use a way to fetch the data in the client side. So here we don't use get static props, we use get server side props. It's okay, it's okay. Nobody is perfect. I'm just joking. I have never used get static props. I have worked with React, so I know how to fetch data on the client side, but with use effect. But nowadays, I think people use React Query. I've not tested React Query yet, but I will work on that.
Case, we don't need this, but nevertheless, I want to show you how it works, and so that's why we are going to use it in the homepage function, static props. Okay, so it says we should use get static props if we don't need to render the page at the request time. In our case, we don't need this, but nevertheless, I want to show you how it works, and so that's why we are going to use it in the homepage function. Yeah, just so I can show you how it works. Okay, so in the homepage, we need to get the data. We need to get this data here. We need to get the data for the events in London. There's a description with an image and the title, and the same for the other two. So basically, we need to get the data for the events in London. There's a description with an image and the title, and the same for the other two. So basically, what we need is the data that we have here in events categories with an image and the title, and the same for the other two. So basically, what we need is the data that we have here in events categories. Okay, so to fetch this first, we need to, let me come to the homepage. Okay, we need to make this function asynchronous because we need to fetch and we need to wait for the response. Let me come to the homepage. Okay, we need to make this function asynchronous because we need.
Okay, we need to fetch the data. This function async.
First, we need to, let me come to the homepage. Okay, we need to make this function asynchronous because we need to fetch and we need to wait for the response. So export async homepage. Okay, we need to make this function asynchronous because we need to fetch and we need to wait for the response. So export async function.
Need to wait for them.
And now we can do it as simple as doing import. We pass here the path to where we have our data, our JSON, and now const data equal, and that's it. Now we console log this. This is going to give us the data and array with 2 objects. This is returning a promise because this is an asynchronous function, so we need to await this. And now we can see here that we get events categories and all events, the same data that we have here. If you were fetching from external API, we get 2 objects. This is returning a promise because this is an asynchronous function, so we need to await this. And now we can see here that we get events category.
Okay. We need to make this data an async function. So you need to make this function asynchronous. So I will get back to the moment where you just add the async keyword. Just add the async keyword.
To wait for the response. So for async function.
Okay. Now it is an async function.
And now we can do it as simple as doing import. We pass here the.
Now we will use the keyword import. Okay.
Pass to where we have our data, our JSON.
And give it a path.
And now call data equal, and that's it. Now we console log this. This is going to give us the data and array with 2 objects.
Now we console log that now.
This is returning a promise because this is an asynchronous function, so we need to await this. And now.
Okay. We need to await the import. We need to await the import. It's totally normal. When you use async, you need to await. I'll see if there's something here. Course. I'll see, is it a free course or no? It's a pro course. Okay, it's a pro course, but you always need to put await in an async function to get the information in an asynchronous way. So normal. So it's so normal. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
We can see here that we get events categories. And
you can see here. See here that you get the weight back, the information back.
all events, the same data that we have here. If you were fetching from a external API, it would be a little bit more, not complicated, but you will need a few more lines of code. So you probably will need something like fetch, where here you will pass the URL. You probably would do something like this, REST, and then we will need to transform the response into something we can work with. And to do that, we need to wait it, and we need to do rest.json, use this JSON method. Okay, you will need a few more lines of code. So you probably will need something like fetch, where here you will pass the URL. You probably would do something like this, REST, and then we will need to transform the response into something we can work with. And to do that, we need to wait it, and we need to do rest.json, use this JSON method. Okay, so
sorry, it was 2 seconds. I had to send a message to a bro. Okay.
So into something we can work with. And to do that, we need to wait it, and we need to do rest.json, use this JSON method. Okay, so here we will get the same data that we are getting just by doing this. But this is if we need to do rest dot. We will need to transform the response into something we can work with, and to do that, with a little bit more not complicated, but you will need a few more lines of code. So you probably will need something like fetch, where here you will pass the URL. You probably would do something like this, rest, and then we will need to transform the response into something we can work with. And to do that, we need to wait it, and we need to do rest.json, use this JSON method. Okay, so here we will get the same data that we are getting just by doing this. But this is if you were fetching from an external API, you probably will have to do something like this, a list. And you'll get an array of 2 objects. Let's go back to where we were. Okay, so we are getting this data. And the one that I'm...
Okay, she was trying to explain how you will do it in like when you're trying to fetch data from the client, from the server to the client. But here it's a bit different because the data is clearly in a folder in the project.
Looking for is the events category. This is the one we need for the homepage because it's the one that has the information about each.
We are looking for the data in event categories.
About each city. So we could need for the homepage because it's the one that has the information about each category, about each city. So we could just do this, I guess. Yeah, and so we are destructuring this data here, and now we could remove this and set data equal events category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our component. Okay, so in this component, so we can come here and just destructure the data, and then here is where I want to add my new data. So I'm going to use the map method. We're going to have this data, remove this, and set data equal events category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our component. Okay, so in this component. So we can come here and just, okay. So now we are going to have this data available in our component equal event this, I guess. Yeah, and so we are destructuring this data.
Okay.
You probably will response probably here. If you were fetching from an external API, it would be a little bit more not complicated, but you will need a few more lines of code. So you probably will need something like fetch, where here you will pass the URL. You probably would do something like this, rest, and then we will need to transform the response into something we can work with. And to do that, we need to wait it, and we need to do rest.json, use this JSON method. Okay, so here we will get the same data that we are getting just by doing this. But this is if you were fetching from an external API, you probably will have to do something like this, a list. And you'll get an array of 2 objects. Let's go back to where we were. Okay, so we are getting this data. And the one I'm looking for is the event category. This is the one we need for the homepage because it's the one that has the information about each category, about each city. So we could just do this, I guess.
Okay. What you can do is directly the structure. You can do is directly the structure. Like it's a syntax in JavaScript where you can destructure the object like this. Let x equal let x equal. Then it's an object, and you're like name 1 Boris, name 2 coffee, and then you can do like it so that it's a way to get some attributes of an object. So we suppose there is an attribute events categories in this object that is and so it creates an object event categories So then you can console log here, event categories. Okay. Let me figure this out. Yeah. Can't figure out this. It isn't working. Right. Okay. Is it even working? Okay. Oh, there's a problem here. Oh.
And so we are destructuring this data here, and now we could remove this and set data equal events category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our component. Okay, so in this component, so we can come here and just destructure the data, remove this and set data equal events category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our component. Okay, so in this component, so we can come here and just destructure here. Yeah, and so we are destructuring this data here. And now we could remove this and set data equal events category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our computer. So we are destructuring this data here, and now we could remove this and set data equal events category.
Okay, now we can remove this and put that. I'm not even sure it's working though. Let's try this. Okay, it's not working for sure. So, it is working. Yes, it's working. It's working perfectly. Let's commit this though. The server side and the range will be
Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our components. Okay, so in this component, so we come category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our component equal events category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available.
So we are going to have, okay, and change
and set data equal
the data
events category. Okay.
drops.
So now we are going to, we could remove this and set data equal events category. Okay, so now we are going to have this data available in our component. Okay, so in this component, so we come up.
So now we're going to have this data available. So
We can come here. And just structure the data, and then here is where I want to add my new data. So I'm going to use the map method. So this is just normal JavaScript actually our component. Okay, so in this component, so we can come here and just structure the data, and then here is where I want to add my new data. So I'm going to use the map method. So this is just this data available in our component. Okay, so in this component, so we can come here and just structure the data, and then here is where I want to add my new data. So I'm going to use the map method. So this is just
okay. Now we have the data available in our component. You can even see here as I have console log the data. Now I want to display the data here.
normal JavaScript actually.
Okay. Let's display the data. Just clean. Let's display. Okay, clean this. Clean a bit your page. Your code as it might as we will display data, so no need for the remaining dummy data. Okay.
Here is where I want to add my new data. So I'm going to use the map method. So this is just normal.
Okay. I don't know if I have the same color as there, but I live dangerously here. So
yeah, normal JavaScript actually. I will just say data.map. And what I'm going to do is
and write this map to up to the data.
I'm going to map all events. So I'm going to create a link. And this is going to be, I'm going to use a template, and it's going to be events. And now I'm going to pass here the variable, which this is event dot, let's just check the data. Okay, so we have an ID, title, description, and image. Okay, so this is going to be the ID. And then let's see, okay, we are here, and inside we have an image, and instead of using this image, I'm just going to go ahead and use the image coming from next, which is an optimized image. Okay, so src source. Okay, and now we also have an h2, and this would be, why is it creating double? Okay, so this would be event.title. Okay, and then we have description. So event.description, so description, yeah. Okay, so which is an optimized image. Okay, so src source. Okay, and now we also have an h2, and this would be, why is it creating double? Okay, so this would be event.title. Okay, and then
Okay. Okay, there's something bad with this code. Oh, I hate that. You know what? I will rewrite the thing.
where I want to add my new data. So I'm going to use the map method. So this is just normal JavaScript actually. I will just say data.map. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to map all the events. So I'm going to create a link.
I will do it like this. You know what? I will do it like this. Return. Like this, it will be perfect. Because I'm not sure about what she's doing here. Okay. Done. PV. Boom. I love the I will take it.
And this is going to be, I'm going to use a template, and it's going to be events. And now I'm going to pass here the variable, which this is events dot, let's just check the data. Okay, so we have an ID, title, description, and image. Okay, so this is going to be the ID. And then let's see, we are here. And inside we have an image. And instead of using this image, I'm just going to go ahead and use the image coming from next, which is an optimized image. Okay, so src source. Okay, and now we also have an h2, and this would be, why is it creating double? Okay, so this would be event.title. Okay, and then we have description. So it's going to be I'm going to use the map method. So this is just normal JavaScript actually. I will just say data.map. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to map all the events. So I'm going to create a link. And this is going to be, I'm going to use a template, and it's going to be events. And now I'm going to pass clear the variable, which this is events dot, let's just check the data. Okay, so we have an ID, title, description, and image. Okay, so this is going to be the ID. And then let's see, we are here. And inside we have an image. And instead of using this image, I'm just going to go ahead and use the image coming from next, which is an optimized image. Okay, so src source.
Oh, fuck is this? What the fuck, bro? You know what? I will just do like this. Unexpected token. Okay, I get it. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. Crazy. It's so. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. A. Okay. In it, I put C equal main. Missing something. What is there? There's missing a key. Yeah. Let's figure this out. Okay. Image with SRC missing a width property.
Okay, and now we also have an H2, and this would be, why is it creating double? Okay, so this would be event.title, okay, and then we have description. So event.description, yeah. Okay, and each item here needs to have a key. So every time that you use a map, okay, and each item here needs to have a key. So every time that you use a map, you need to add a key. And this should be an identifier. I'm just going to add here the ID. And now we could go ahead and just remove this and also remove this one here. Okay. And this one here is complaining because it needs the width Image elements must have an alt prop either with meaningful text or an empty string. Okay. And I think we also need to add a width and a height. At the moment, I think I'm just gonna add event title. And yeah, okay, it's complaining, yeah, width and height. Okay, so let's just. It's gonna be like, I don't know, 50%, or let's just add like size. Then let's just add this as 100%. Now, if we go to our browser, we are running into another error. Okay, so then let's just add this as 100%. Now, if we go to our browser, we are.
Okay. Okay. We need the height too.
Running into another error, or let's just add like size. Then let's just add this as 100%. Now, if we go to our browser, we are running into another error. Okay, so the host name image and splash is not configured under images. Okay, so we need to add this host name to our next config. Okay, by the way, this and splash is our website.
It's not working. Okay. Write this. It's been a long time I haven't mapped for React. It's been long. I mean long. So write this in your code. This.
Site I use is a stock photography where you can download images for free. And what it's saying is that we need to add this host name in the image config. So let's do that. And what it's saying is that we need to add this host name.
We have an error. We have an error. We need to add
in the image config.
Next.
So let's do that. Image config and there is a thing more here. Let me just copy this first because I need that. Okay, this is great. As I was telling you, it's really good to get used to looking into the documentation because it just tells you how to do the things or how to solve the warning errors that sometimes you might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how. Okay, this is great.
So look. So
Right, as I was telling you, let me just copy this first because I'm gonna need that. Okay, this is great. As I was telling you, it's really good to get used to looking into the documentation because it just tells you how to do the thing. As I was telling you, it's really good to get used to looking into the documentation because it just tells you how to do the thing. Right? There is a thing more here. Let me just copy this first because I'm gonna need that. Okay, this is great. As I was telling you, it's really good to get used to looking into the documentation because it just tells you how to do the thing. Or how to solve the warning errors that sometimes you might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to add these domains. Okay, get used to that. Okay, this is great. As I was telling you, it's really good to get used to looking into the documentation because it just tells you how to do the things or how to solve the warning errors that sometimes you might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to add these domains. Sometimes you might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to add these domains. Okay.
To add domains.
So we need to have images.
So go to you need to go to next.config file. Here you need to go
of how to add these domains. Okay, so we need to have images. Okay, set. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to add these domains. So the warning errors that sometimes you might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to add these domains. You might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to. Okay, this is great. As I was telling you, it's really good to get used to looking into the documentation because it just tells you how to do the things or how to solve the warning errors that sometimes you might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to add these domains. Okay, get used to looking into the documentation because it just tells you how to do the things or how to solve. Any more here? Let me just copy this first because I'm gonna need that. Okay, this is great. As I was telling you, it's really good to get used to looking into the documentation because it just tells you how to do the things or how to solve the warning errors that sometimes you might get. Okay, so it's showing us an example of how to add these domains. Okay, so we need to have images.
We need to add okay. This
Have images and now it's an object, right? Domains, and we have here ours. Okay, we go back and now it's an object, right? Domains, and we have.
like this. It's too good. This is too good. I see there's a still errors. Oh, there's no error. I'm gonna change it. We're still the same. Okay. See here. There's something that is not working here. There is something that is not working. Oh, it's working. Hallelujah. 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 It's working, guys. It's working, it's working, it's working, it's working. Okay, I will delete all that. because it has nothing to do here. Perfect. Okay, it's working. Restart.
Up here, hours. Okay, so we need to have images. Have images, and now it's an object, right? Domains. And
Okay. Okay.
have images, and now it's an object, right? Domains. And we have here hours. Okay, we go back. And this shouldn't work just yet because we need to restart the server. So when you make changes in the next have images, and now it's an object, right? Domains. And we have here hours. Okay, we go back. And this shouldn't work just yet because we need to restart the server. So when you make changes in the next config, remember that you need to restart the server. Let's see if now, yeah. So now this is working. We have our images now displaying. They don't display great, okay, but we're going to show that in the next chapter when we start proper building the UI for our pages. I think this is all down to this hide that is specified here because I have to specify something. Let me just close this. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is okay for the moment. Let me just see why do we have this space?
JSON document databases sound interesting, but do you really want to give up SQL, joins, and ACID? With
So weird. I'm not sure why they are not all aligned, but it's okay. Now we have our data. I have to specify something. Let me just close this. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is okay for the moment. Let me just see why do we have this space? So weird. I'm not sure why they are not all aligned, but it's okay. To this hide that I specified here because I have to specify something. Let me just close this. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is okay for the moment. Let me just see why do we have this space?
Okay. I will finish this data fetching thing and then I'm done.
So weird. I'm not sure why they are not all aligned, but it's okay. Now we have our data coming from the from our database.
No. You know what? I will directly watch another tutorial. Okay. Really interesting though. What? But I've paid it. It is so unfair to only give this to people who have paid annually. It's so unfair. It's crazy unfair. I have no words for that. Okay. You know what? I'm tired of this course. I will straight. I will educate. I will learn straight from this. Okay, let's go. What I will do is boom boom. Next, right, cheers. Boom. Okay, let's go. Next, cheers. Wait. Cheers. Okay, we already know that, but we can still have a reminder. React is a popular JavaScript library. At some point, you will need React to do more things. Low fee. Then the library can handle. This is where users share direct technology. JavaScript for building experience. Okay, let's go. Let's go. What I will do there is more like there I will do that. Okay. I don't know why. I don't see my my cam anymore. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. I will start again, I think. I need to start again my Okay, I will start again my stream because I can tell that my cam freeze. Okay, let's go. I'll start again. See you.